Chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of May 9, 2024. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning, God. Good morning, New Hampshire House of Representatives. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Let us prepare our hearts for prayer. O God of us all, we give our thanks to you for this great state of New Hampshire. We give you thanks for the seeds of hope planted for our state and our country. When we as a nation walk in your way, grant us grace to continue in your will. When we as your children fall short, we ask you to correct us and forgive us. As we draw near to Memorial Day, may we pause for a moment to remember those who have served you, our state, and our nation. Guide us, O God, as we, the New Hampshire House of Representatives, begin our work today. Guide us to make the best decisions possible. Our decisions may affect those constituents we represent. Through the legislation we work on today, may they be seeds of hope for a brighter future for us all. O God of love, again I ask that you bless each member and leader of this New Hampshire House of Representatives. Grant them your peace and grace as they navigate through the business of this day. Give each member and leader a portion of your wisdom as they execute the business set before them this day, to the best of their abilities. O God of us all, as we plant the seeds for the great state of New Hampshire today, we ask if you would water and fertilize those seeds planted. In so doing, it will bring glory and praise to your holy name, for you are the Alpha and the Omega in our lives. It is in our love for you, O God, we pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes the member from Manchester, Representative Brian Cole, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair now recognizes Ellis Smith, a senior at John Stark Regional High School, who will sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled
House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Bohm, Bucco, Hamer, Lloyd, and O'Brien. The day, important business, Representatives Belcher, McConney, Maria Perez, Sanborn, and Santanastaso.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Lucas Trong, student at Lincoln Woodstock School, our page for the day. Mr. Speaker, please welcome Laura Louder-Smith, Larry and Laura Smith, mother, uncle, and aunt of the singer, guests of Representative Cole. Lori, Kristen, Jeremy, and Christopher Shepard, guests of Representative Leon. Jacob Garside, guest of Representative Elberger. Roman Skall, guest of Representative Knabb. Mark Fisher, guest of Representative Priest. Karen Burnett Curry, guest of Representative Burrows. Elena Colby, guest of Representative Brennan. John Hall, son of Representative Hall. Ellen Rockmore, Jean Brown, Kimberly Frost, and Nancy Cotter, and fourth grade students from Crossroads Academy, guests of Representatives Hacken Phillips, Jim Murphy, and Muirhead. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to a communication.
Mr. Speaker, in a communication dated May 15th, Mr. Speaker, I have relocated my family to Ware, New Hampshire, and as of today, I will no longer reside in my district. I therefore must resign my position as state representative of the Hillsborough 39th District effective upon receipt of this letter. Of course, I would like to thank the voters of Manchester Wards 6, 8, and 9, and formerly the voters of Litchfield for entrusting me to fight for them in Concord. While I will miss the Queen City, my wife and I wish to raise our son Maverick in a more rural environment, which Manchester cannot understandably provide. I fully believe that Manchester's brightest days are ahead of it. Thank you for entrusting me with 2 chairmanships this term. I would like to say to my colleagues on election law that despite our acrimonious final meeting, we did manage to accomplish a lot, and a committee known for its partisanship was usually and thankfully congenial. This is largely due to the good faith effort of Representative Lane, who is a calming force on the committee. I believe we made significant progress on addressing the child care crisis facing our state, and I would like to thank Representative Wallner for being a partner in finding solutions to ease the burden on New Hampshire's working families. Finally, I would like to thank my wife, Sammy, for being an amazing mother, wife, and business partner. Being 34 years old and still working means she has picked up my slack when I am in Concord, and I will be forever grateful to her. I wish you and the rest of the committee's the members well, and go give the Senate hell in Committee of Conference. Best, Rossberry.
Resignation accepted. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, Senate Bill 485, removed by Representatives Spillane, Hull, Nodder, Rochefort, Moffett, Tom Mannion, Cushman, McCarter, Weary, and Jonathan Smith. From the Committee on Public Works and Highways, Senate Bill 543, removed by Representatives Vose, Nodder, Plett, Carol Brown, Doug Thomas, Osborne, Summers, Bernardi, Hobson, and Plosive.
Are there any other bills to be removed? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to special order Senate Bill 411 to the first order of business, or to right now.
Chair recognizes you to speak to your motion.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we special order Senate Bill 411 to be the current business. Sorry. Oh, to speak to the bill. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 411 would allow for a committee to look at the mental health services because, frankly, right now, we have too many people slipping through the cracks. I have constituents who are the people that you would expect that could navigate this. The mother works in this space. The mother understands social work because she is a social worker. Her son needed help, and he didn't get the help that he needed for far too long. I ask that you approve this bill so that we can have a study committee and so that we can invite my constituent to bring her knowledge as both a professional and a mother in order to share this and help us find these cracks that our youth are falling through in the mental health system. So I ask for your support on this very important bill. Thank you.
The motion before us is Special Order Senate Bill 411. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 411 FN, an act establishing a committee to study emergency mental health services for persons 21 years of age and younger in New Hampshire. Considered the same, report the same, with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Erica Leon for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Yuri Polozov for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members for the House, of special ordering this. I have my constituents here in the balcony, and I hope that you will vote yes on this bill so that we can make sure that nobody falls through these cracks anymore. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on Senate Bill 411. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs. For what reason does a member rise?
I would request a special order. A member of the Commerce Committee would very much like to participate in this debate, and her husband is being sworn in to the Bar Association this morning. So we are asked that we would move this to the first thing after lunch.
Okay, the motion is to special order Senate Bill 558 to this first bill after lunch. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 558 is special ordered. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred Senate Bill 418 FN, an act relative to refusal of consent to testing to determine alcohol concentration, penalties for aggravated driving while intoxicated. Considered the same, report the same, with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Dennis Mannion for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Lorraine Seelig for the minority of the committee. The chair representative, Representative Seelig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. I am here to speak in opposition to the ought to pass motion for Senate Bill 418 FN. Mr. Speaker, do I believe people should operate a vehicle while under the influence of any substance? Absolutely not. But I do believe that people have the right of due process, and they should understand the consequence of their actions. The current penalty for a first offense refusal to comply with a chemical test request for impaired driving is a 6-month administrative license suspension. This bill would double the length of suspension from 6 months to a full year. The Department of Safety complains New Hampshire's current refusal rate of 70%, nearly double the national average, would be substantially reduced because of the new higher refusal penalty, which would be set to 1 year. It would be greater than the penalty for complying in testing, which remains at 180 days. DOS also believes the increased penalty for refusing the test would dispel the perception that refusing testing is the smarter way to go, because the suspension for impaired driving for a first-time offense after testing positive would remain at 6 months. During the hearing, we heard that many drivers, including commercial drivers who depend on their vehicles to earn a living, wrongly assume they can refuse to take the test with no consequences. Doubling the penalty to a year would have an adverse impact on many people in New Hampshire. A first offender who has a license taken away for a year has tremendous collateral damage when it comes to employment, housing, and getting groceries, especially in rural part of the state where there's no public transportation. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also heard testimony. The current paperwork given to people to show the consequences of refusal is confusing at best. We heard in debate that when 16-year-olds get their licenses, they sign a contract with implied consent that they will always agree to a breathalyzer test, even though they cannot drink for 5 more years legally. And if your teens are anything like mine, remembering something specific for 5 years or more is not exactly realistic. I've been asking them to put the milk back in the fridge since they were 5, and I'm still waiting. We've also heard that the way people will learn about these increased suspensions will be through an advertising campaign and a better designed form. However, would it not make more sense to redesign the form now and provide public service announcements on current law to see what difference that can make in people's behaviors? Surely our goal is better compliance with the law and better compliance with people choosing never to drive while under the influence of any substance ever. Given the level of misunderstanding regarding the consequence of refusal that came out at the public hearing and the lack of emphasis on communicating this over the years, it raises the possibility and probability there may be more of a communications or perception problem than a penalty problem. Truly, Mr. Speaker, this bill is anti-liberty and one that will penalize most those with the fewest assets. As one defense attorney told me, those who will benefit most from this change in law will be the defense attorneys who will get a huge surge in clients. This bill will not change behavior. It will just create more billing opportunities for those lawyers. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I urge the body to vote no on OTP so another motion can be made, and encourage the interested parties to modify the current forms to increase clarity and use their intended funds for advertising on ensuring people understand the current penalties for refusal, as well as for reminding people that it is never, under any circumstances, okay to drive under the influence. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote, please.
Chair recognizes Representative Dennis Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a speech prepared for this, but I've been in law enforcement for 30 years, and we are at the bottom of the list for states in the country that have such low penalties for refusing to take a blood or breath test. This is going to increase it from 6 months to a year. It's going to incentivize more people to take the test, and that's going to make our roads safer. So as far as it being a comprehension or a reading issue, as opposed to people not taking it because they don't understand the bill, these forms are read verbatim. They have to be read verbatim to the people that are under arrest, so they understand the form fully. Each line is read word for word. The instructions on the back are given to the people about how long they're going to lose their license if they refuse on a first offense. Raising it from 6 months to a year is not a big ask. It's going to put us in line with the rest of the country. Too many people are dying on the roads. We need to make people more incentivized to take these tests. A lot of times the administrative license suspension is pled out if someone has a plea on a DUI anyways. So it may be a moot point at the end of the day, but raising it from 6 months to a year, it's time we do that. I encourage you to press the green button on this not to pass motion. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Does the member yield to questions? The member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Forgive my ignorance, but do you know what the maximum loss of license penalty is for a first offense DWI in New Hampshire currently? If you're convicted.
So if you're convicted for DUI, it's could be up to 2 years, but it's a 6-month loss, I believe, or 9-month loss, and it can have reduced. So if you take the IDCMP program, which is an alcohol program, in a timely manner, you could have it reduced down to, I think it's 90 days for a first offense penalty for license loss, court ordered. What we're talking about here is administrative, so this is an addition to it.
But it's a potential 2 years.
Potential 2 year.
Thank you.
Does the member yield to further questions?
No, I don't.
Member does not yield. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Should be here as far as I know. The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 418. Before we get to the roll call, we have a long day ahead of us. The noise in this chamber on the first bill is too loud. The longer we take to allow members to speak, the longer we're going to be here tonight. I'm making an honest request to all of you. When you hear that there is a division or a roll call, move as quickly as possible to your seat. And if you need to have a conversation, please take it out into the ante room so we can move as fastly as we can for the course of this day. It's going to be a long day. Now, the motion before us is ought to pass in Senate Bill 418. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our current 6-month license suspension for refusing to comply with a chemical test is already in line with similar penalties in other states, and if I know that doubling the length of suspension to a full year for a first offense would impose tremendous collateral damage on first offenders who depend on their vehicles to earn a living in a state where many people live in rural areas with no access to public transportation, and if I also know that our state's implied consent law is widely misunderstood and makes it just as likely that New Hampshire's chemical test refusal problem is more a communication problem than a penalty problem, then would I press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire is the second of all states in refusals, and if I know, it's no secret, we basically learn in high school, don't take the test. And if I further know that if no one takes the test, our death rate is going to continue to go up because no one's going to get convicted, especially now with multiple substance use, would I then press the green button and make it the incentive to take the test so that we can get people help and save lives. Thank you.
Motion before us, the Majority Committee report of order passing Senate Bill 418. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 101 voting nay, 253 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Selig moves ITL. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Minority Committee report is adopted. Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 340, an act relative to communication between parents and school districts regarding special education. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Glenn Cordelli for the committee. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Ladd offers floor amendment 1995, and the chair recognizes Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose the adoption of Amendment 995H to SB 340. Special education services to students, families, and school districts is a complicated and a vital program to provide the necessary support for students with special learning needs. The development of an appropriate individual education plan, or IEP, for a student's educational services is fundamental to the educational success of a student. Having the appropriate information for the IEP is key in the development between the parent and school district's representatives. Careful consideration to the necessary services for the IEP is important, for it will be adjusted as the student progresses through their educational experience. Earlier this month, the House Education Committee held a briefing with the Legislative Budget Assistant Office, the LBA, on the first performance audit of the Special Education Dispute Resolution Process Program of the Department of Education. The audit focused on the access of parents to special education services. The audit was most critical of the mismanagement of this service to parents. The department has yet to respond to and address the delinquencies noted in the audit. Further, the LBA has a pending audit on the total special education department performance. That final report and its recommendations is outstanding and will be reported in the forthcoming months. I cite these two audits to note that there is an outstanding concern about the management and the operation of the special education department that needs to be transparent and identify needed management adjustments. Amendment 9995 is premature to the complete of these audits of the LBA. Once the audits have been completed, then the needed completed assessment of addressing the necessary management services can take place. It is not prudent to piecemeal or tinker with portions of the needed changes. Last week, the House Education Committee met and considered a similar non-germane amendment to 340. Advocates for the special education services were there in force to oppose this 11th hour attempt to modify current parental access and consent to special education services. Although the Amendment 995 eliminates a significant section of the original non-germane amendment, it does not reflect the need to wait and address the totality of the LBA recommendations once the final findings are issued. Colleagues, I hope you will join me in recognizing the need to wait and address the full measure of the needed changes to the administration of the special education services out of the Department of Education. Please vote no on the Amendment 995. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, in March, the Legislative Budget Assistant released a performance audit specifically on the subject of special education dispute resolution processes. This amendment is a response to that audit and will put into statute the recommendations from the audit. Here's what the amendment does. The amendment gives us information. Parents have a right to object or reject an IEP agreement in total or in part. But we don't know why many of these are doing this, and we don't know how many of them are doing this, and we don't know if those children are getting the special ed services that they need. This was mentioned multiple times in the audit. The amendment requires the department to track the number and category of those refusals and also to track the resolutions and the time needed to resolve those refusals. The amendment also gives the advocate for special education access to information. It's necessary for her to fulfill her duties currently in law. The amendment requires the Department of Education and the advocate to sign a memorandum of agreement for this access. In addition, the advocate will be required to get parental permission for access that's required by state or federal law. These are safeguards. Currently, we're asking the special education advocate to do a job and not giving her the tools to do the job. Finally, the amendment will give the state consistency. Local school districts can establish their own methods for resolving disputes, but those vary from district to district, and they don't necessarily have to report their information. This amendment will require local districts to submit their plans to the department and annually submit information on local dispute topics and resolutions. These requirements provide immediate benefits to the advocate, to resolving IEP disputes, and to improving the dispute resolution process, and most importantly, it's a step forward in helping parents and children with disabilities. Please support this amendment, and I'm asking for a division vote.
This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Will the member yield to questions?
I will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. With another special ed audit due out next year, should we wait and address both audits at the same time?
Thank you for your question, Representative. Just 2 months ago, the LBA office released a 112-page complete audit with a 20-page addendum specifically addressing dispute resolution. If we wait for another audit, what's going to change? If we don't act on this now, we'll just be kicking the can down the road. and moving at the speed of government is not exactly a compliment. We have a chance to make an impact right now. This amendment will do this.
Does the member yield to further questions? Member yields.
I yield.
Does your amendment just tinker with portions of special ed changes as we just heard from the other side?
Thank you for the question. And again, I'm just going to repeat that this was specifically addressing pieces of the audit and addressing problems that are in the audit, and it's specifically with dispute resolution. If we want to tackle dispute resolution, this is the time to do it. This is the way to do it. It won't get lost in the shuffle of a total audit. It was done specifically for a reason. This amendment is here to address that reason specifically.
The motion before us is ought to pass in Senate Bill 340. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. All right, the motion before us ought to pass in Senate Bill 340. This is Floor Amendment 1995. This is on the amendment that we're voting. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the committee heard hours of testimony from special education parents, teachers, and advocates in opposition to sections that are in this non-germane amendment. And if I know that state auditors have cited the department's mishandling of special education complaints and that the state is now conducting a comprehensive audit of special education services, and if I know the department can approve their own management practices without this amendment, then would I press the red button to defeat the amendment and put the burden on the Department of Education to get the job done right? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. If I know this amendment was heard in the Education Committee and based upon public testimony, the fifth section in which the vast majority of the public objected to has been deleted from this amendment. If I further know this amendment has been developed in cooperation with and assistance from the Director of Special Education at DOE and legal support representing the Department of Education and the Office of the Advocate for Special Education. And lastly, and perhaps most important, if I know this amendment includes needed, immediate legislative changes as recommended by the March 2024 LBA Performance Audit Report that will benefit participants, protect confidentiality of student IEP records, and improve dispute resolution processes, would I then press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on Floor Amendment 1995. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 177 voting nay. Floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. This will be a division vote to clarify. And I guess from this point on, if I know it's going to be a close vote and nobody yells for a division, and I am just going to call it on my own, so we don't have to go through a voice vote and then go through a clarification vote. All right, this is a clarification vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. This is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 340. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 176 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason? House will be in order. For what reason does a member rise?
I would like to make a motion.
State your motion.
A motion to table.
He hasn't even read it yet.
I haven't even read it yet.
I never get this right.
Committee on Election Law, to which was referred CACR 22 relating to the New Hampshire presidential primary, providing that the New Hampshire presidential primary shall be first presidential primary of the presidential election cycle. Representative Stephen Smith moves ought to pass. Now, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I'd like to make a motion to table CACR 22.
It is an appropriate motion. So the motion before us.
Yeah, may I speak to the motion?
It's not debatable.
Okay.
We could do a PI.
Okay.
Would you like a division?
I would like to do a PI.
You would like a division?
Yes.
Okay, step back. He's going to put the question. All right.
Representative Lane has moved to table CACR 22. This is going to be a division vote. Members, make sure you take your seats. Request for a roll call has been made. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Not yet. The motion before us is to table CACR 22. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we tabled an identical bill almost a year ago to this day on a motion made by the then chair of the Election Law Committee, then would I vote green to table this bill once again? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there's some stuff that needs to be said, and I am interested in hearing the very short, concise debate before we let such an important question for the voters pass away, would I press the red button?
The motion before us is to table CACR 22. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Phillips. Representative Rich.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 187 voting nay. The motion to table fails. We're back to auto pass on CACR 22. Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Election Law Committee discussed the possibility of a constitutional amendment entrenching first in the nation primary in New Hampshire in great detail. Everyone on the committee, every person on the committee passionately supports New Hampshire's first in the nation primary. Much of our discussion, however, focused on the possibility that without a well-organized, well-funded publicity campaign, a constitutional referendum might actually fail to secure the very high threshold that referenda have to get in order to pass when they go to the people. To pass this, we need a univocal, bipartisan message to the citizens of New Hampshire. It's not easy in today's politics to get a 65% vote for anything. We have a very, very divided polity, and this fall in the presidential election, I anticipate an evenly split electorate. To have a referenda on that ballot that asks everybody to come together is going to be a heavy, heavy lift. And for that reason, on the Election Law Committee, many people who passionately support the First in the Nation primary thought it would be imprudent to try to put this in the Constitution at this moment in this year. Another consideration was whether our venerable New Hampshire Constitution is in fact the appropriate location for a law about partisan primaries. The New Hampshire Constitution is among the very oldest democratic constitutions in the world. It's older, obviously, than the United States Constitution. We have a responsibility to respect our Constitution by only amending it when absolutely necessary. Whether this amendment is necessary remains an open question. It's something that deserves more consideration, more reflection, and deserves the kind of deliberation that can produce real bipartisan consensus. And so for that reason, I'm hopeful that you'll vote against this ought to pass motion so that we could make a different, more appropriate motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've had a law that says we go first for a long time, and until recently it has served well. But you know what? People aren't taking it seriously anymore, as evidenced by the fact that in this most recent one, we received a sternly worded letter ordering us to change our laws, change our date to facilitate the desires of a political party. I would like to remind them, first of all, we put it on, we pay for it, we set the rules. That's just how it is. They should respect that, because when candidates come here, they are coming here to earn the respect and trust of voters. Lousy way to start, and both parties have done it before you think I'm throwing partisan attacks out here. So that sternly worded letter, what I'm going to ask you to do today is see that sternly worded letter and raise them the voice of the people. I'm not afraid of the answer if we put this on the ballot. The people of New Hampshire have earned this right for decades. There was a pizza place in Manchester that had a picture of George W. Bush serving French fries. That isn't folksy, it's not quaint. It's not cute when the candidates come here and serve our coffee and cook our eggs. It is a reminder to powerful people who want to be the leader of the free world that their first job, their only job, is to be a public servant. Nobody reminds them of that better than the people in New Hampshire. And I think that they deserve to have this right that's already earned written down in the Constitution. Or at the very least, I want to hear what they think, don't you? I trust the people in New Hampshire to answer this question, and I want to ask it. So I'm asking you to vote yes on this CACR.
House will be in order. The motion before us is ought to pass on CACR 22. It's going to be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Ammon has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass in CACR 22. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the first vote on this bill in our committee was 20-0 to ITL, if I know that when the political parties hold their primaries, it does not belong in our Constitution, and if I know that this constitutional amendment does not bind either party or any other state, and if I know that we passed a resolution supporting the first in the nation primary in this House earlier this year on a roll call vote, then would I press the red button so a more appropriate motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I, in my 14 years here, have heard many debates about this topic from us, but I want to know what the people think, And Mr. Speaker, if I think they deserve to answer this question, and I am not afraid of their answer, whatever it was, and I trust the people that I work for, would I demonstrate that trust now by pressing the green button?
Motion before us is ought to pass on CACR 22. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. Having failed to attain 3/5 vote, the motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to make a motion, please.
State your motion.
I'd like to reconsider SB 340. And urge, vote no.
The motion before us is reconsideration of Senate Bill 340. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote on reconsideration.
Representative Jones is here.
Motion before us is reconsideration on Senate Bill 340. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Post and Brouillard. Representative Gould. Representative Bixby.
Paul.
Representative Burrows is back.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 188 voting nay. The motion fails. Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 373, the Act relative to the State Building Code. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Sherry Gould for the committee. The amendment is 1855H, printed in House Record 20, pages 53 through 54. The debate is on the amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Sofakaitis.
Good morning. Today I rise in opposition of non-germane Amendment 1252. It is a place where the state level government does not belong. It's a communication problem between two tribes, and the tribes are under the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Department of the Interior. And so I would ask that you defeat this amendment so that the bill can come through cleaner. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hello, everybody. I rise in support of Senate Bill 333 as amended by the committee. The full bill is on the State Building Code, and I think we have unanimous agreement, we certainly did in the committee, supporting the building code change. House Bill 1252 was a bill that passed this House several weeks ago on a unanimous, almost unanimous voice vote, and it went to the Senate. The House, and it's on a study committee for Native American issues. Many of you in this House have watched as we've tried to address some of the problems happening in the Native American community. It took 2 years. The first year, all measures failed, and this year, this House, as I said, passed it almost unanimously. When it got to the Senate, it's the first time the Senate has heard it, and the Senate's position was basically go back and try to work things out amongst yourselves, which we've been trying to do. My colleague, my esteemed colleague who just spoke, was given some misinformation. The Bureau on Indian Affairs, there is no federal recognition for Abenaki in the United States. There is federal recognition of 2 bands of Abenaki in Canada, and they are not connected to the bands in New Hampshire in any way other than some relationship things. And then there are 4 bands of Abenaki recognized by the state of Vermont and no Abenaki recognized by the state of New Hampshire, which is part of what we'll study with the study bill. So I would like to thank you all for your support in voting yes on OTPA as the committee voted 13-2. Thank you.
The motion before us is the amendment 1855H. Are you ready for the question on the amendment?
Division vote.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the amendment 1885H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this study committee was passed by the House on a voice vote, and if I know that the Commission on Native American Affairs has been dysfunctional for years and needs some study, would I not press the green button?
The motion before us is Amendment H1885H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Marjorie Smith.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 150 voting yea, 215 voting nay. Motion fails. The question is now on ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion of ought to pass passes. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 440, an act relative to the Board of Optometry and the regulation of optometry. We consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Tony Likas from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Diane Stewart for the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
To table the bill.
A motion to table the bill is a proper motion. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats on the tabling motion. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 440. This is a division vote. House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Nagel for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that despite the EDA in a vote and despite what seems like decades of testimony, there are 6 passionate speakers here ready to debate, indicating that the issues raised by this bill are far from settled. And if I know that the current bill is lacking in multi-stakeholder support and the proposed floor amendment has not been subject to either legislative or stakeholder review, and if I know that the primary basis for this bill was to increase rural access to eye care, yet studies in both Kentucky and Oklahoma, after much more permissive legislation was passed, failed to show any such increase. And furthermore, if I know that optometrists are not medical doctors, are considered primary eye care doctors, and they receive minimal general medical education and no formal surgical education, yet this bill would allow them to perform several surgical procedures. And furthermore, if I know that based on testimony from 2 professors of optometry in Kentucky and Oklahoma, the only schools which actually allow students to perform these procedures on live patients confirm that optometrists receive grossly inadequate training in the proposed surgical procedures, which has not even come close to meeting the standards of surgical...
Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry.
I know. All right, almost done. Training for similar procedures established for MDs, DOs, podiatrists, veterinarians, or dentists. And finally, if I know that this would create a dramatic paradigm shift in who is allowed to perform surgery, then I would come to the conclusion that this bill is not even close to being ready for prime time and would support the table motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Grody for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may quote my friend from Charlestown, we've got some stuff to talk about. And if I know that parliamentary procedures should be short, and when they're too long, we need to talk about these things, would I not vote no against the tabling motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 440. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 224 voting yea, 137 voting nay. Senate Bill 440 is laid on the table. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 134, Ref. N. House will be in order. An act relative to disability pensions for public safety employees who are victims of violence. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joe Sweeney for the committee. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Splain offers floor amendment 2098H. And is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today to support this floor amendment, and it's because we have passed this same the bill that this floor amendment duplicates twice through this House this term. It's not often that we pass a bill through this chamber 2 times in one term to get the other body to do some action with it. But the fact that we have shows that this body, which is closer to the people, has shown that the people of New Hampshire want something done. The other body likes to call itself the upper chamber, which implies that that body is elevated above the House, but that's not true. There's a reason why all our salaries are the same in the state constitution. We're co-equal branches. We're not employees that need to be reined in by upper management because our ideas are those of the people and they may not align with them. I ask you to pass this amendment to try to restore some balance and send a message, balance between the 2 chambers, by pushing this discussion and compromise forward. Please help me send this message. I ask for your support on this floor amendment, and let's give them one more chance to get it right. Thank you.
The motion before us is floor amendment 2098H. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is floor amendment 2098H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Long for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the underlying bill is of utmost importance and should remain clean, and if I further know that currently civil action can be taken for falsifying suspected abuse or neglect claims, then would I press the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Splain for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is something that we have agreed on multiple times, the bill that this amendment covers, and that we know, if I further know, that the people of New Hampshire want some action taken to make sure that their children are not weaponized against them from anybody for any reason. And Mr. Speaker, if I further know that we need to send a message that we are willing to negotiate and discuss things with the other chamber, but we don't want to be dismissed out of hand, would I now push the green button and pass this amendment?
The motion before us is amendment 2098H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to stay the vote. 160 voting yea, 201 voting nay. The motion fails. Bill's on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Potenza offers floor amendment 2131H. Is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought I had a couple more minutes to prepare, but I think I know this pretty well. This amendment is based upon HB 1620, which passed our House and Environmental Committee unanimously based upon working bipartisanly for the citizens of New Hampshire. The House support was 351 to only 7 in opposition. On the Senate side, when our bill went over, it was 515 to 7. There is no question right now that we are actually good in New Hampshire for another 25 to 30 years at minimum. And that's not including the reduction, the reduction plans that we have in place based upon our solid waste goals. Right now, we are asking for a pause until July of 2028 because the rules are in shambles. We have a full leachate crisis right now happening in Bethlehem. Every ton of waste that's going north, at least a ton of leachate, is going south to Manchester, to Concord, to Franklin. And we just discovered recently that we are actually taking in millions of tons, most likely at this point, of leachate from a landfill in Vermont. There are so many things that we have to do, and I want everyone to know that this is not going to sacrifice the underlying bill. We're hoping that this is going to send a message that maybe we could go to a committee of conference and actually finally have the New Hampshire citizens' voices be heard. The one piece I wanted to say, the Senate received over 1,800 phone calls. These are people from all over New Hampshire saying, we need something done. I will end with, DES's own data makes it clear that the earliest need for an additional landfill capacity is 2034. When our bill first came out, we had 2031. We worked on a partisan way, and we made it to 2028. And based on the recent testimony from Waste Management, which is in Rochester, regarding their potential expansion, we have more than enough capacity to over 2050. We really need all sides to come together at this point to protect the health and the well-being of New Hampshire citizens and the New Hampshire advantage and our environment. We don't want this to be our legacy. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just this week, the Department of Environmental Services held a public hearing on a proposed landfill siting rules. This update to the rules happens every 10 years and is very important. Environmental experts, concerned citizens, and legislators from both sides of the aisle voiced their opposition unanimously to the rules update because they are weaker than the previous rules. They are slightly better than the previous rules, but they have become weakened in the different variations that our committee was shown. They started at a certain point, they got weaker, and they got weaker again. Therefore, because the draft rules do not provide the protections granite staters need and deserve, we are asking for your support on this amendment. We must not go forward with a new landfill in the state of New Hampshire until the protections are in place. A community of our constituents up and down the state are depending on us. Industry can always gain a seat at the table. We need to be that seat at the table. For the granite staters whose land and water are increasingly saturated with contaminants and PFAS, this chamber has spoken with one voice in defense of our environment and public health. Our friends on the other side of the wall need to hear loudly and clearly that granite staters demand action on this issue. We need to have a conversation on the merits of the issue. Environmental protection is a core, small d democratic principle. Please support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2131H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted with the floor amendment. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 217-FNA, an act establishing a rural underserved area educator incentive program for higher education, making an appropriation therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tracy Emmerich from the majority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Harkin Phillips. Oh, I'm sorry, wait a minute. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Mary Harkin Phillips from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Harkin Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the ITL motion for SB 217. This bill establishes a rural and underserved area educator incentive program administered by the Department of Education. This bill is intended to combat teacher shortages in New Hampshire's most remote and economically disadvantaged public school districts. Frankly, the problem is one of recruitment and retention. New Hampshire's most vulnerable districts cannot afford to raise teacher salaries to a more competitive level because their local budgets and property taxes are already strained. This leads to teaching positions left unfilled or qualified professionals departing after a short time for more attractive salaries in urban or suburban districts. One statewide education satisfaction survey cites the high cost of degree attainment and the burden of school loans as significant factors playing into teacher dissatisfaction and leading causes to leave the profession. This bill, this program, will serve to recruit educators to begin their employment in places like rural Coos County. And the grants will also help retain these same educators to stay with a modest salary boost. Here's how it works. Eligible new graduates, existing educators, and second career teachers in these districts can apply for up to 4 years of increasing grant payments from $1,500 in the first year to $4,500 in the fourth year. If the educator stays in their district For those 4 years, the program has a potential total accumulated value of $12,000 per grantee. The New Hampshire Higher Education Commission will use the authorization within this bill to develop rules and protocols for determining the number of yearly grant awards based on available funding. The program in this bill is modeled after the successful Idaho incentive program targeting rural teacher shortages and is supported by critical stakeholders like NEA New Hampshire. Critics say that this program is best left to negotiations for future budgets. But we know the teaching shortage in New Hampshire's most rural and underserved areas need attention today. Improvements on the shortages in one corner of the state will assist to relieve shortages in all corners of the state. That's why we can't afford to wait on this critical program, and that is why the initial appropriation of $1 for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025 will propel the Commission and the Department of Education to begin rulemaking and to build up the program while aspiring, not mandating, more robust appropriations in future biennia. Rest assured, a vote for this bill will leave the future funding control within our future legislature. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, passage of this bill is warranted given the near zero fiscal impact, the potential return on future investment, the House Education Committee's unanimous bipartisan support, and this body's recent voice vote to approve the bill on consent. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to vote no on the ITL motion so that another more appropriate motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for outlining the program. It's an excellent program. However, from a financial standpoint, what we're being asked to do is to obligate a future legislature. So I recommend the ITL because I don't think our position is $12,000. I mean, the program itself allocates $12,000 per new teacher. So it's saying what we're going to spend, but it doesn't say how much it's going to cost. There was no fiscal note on this bill. So all we're doing is we're setting up a debt for the future legislature. So I really request your ITL support.
Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 217. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Heath for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that Senate Bill 217 was a bill that was recommended by the Teacher Shortage Commission, and if I further know our northern and rural communities struggle to find teachers, especially in areas like math and science, for their classrooms, would I now press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the future costs of this bill are not known, and if I further know that this body relies on the Finance Committee for the match of spending to the income or funds available, if I further know that this is not the time to try an experimental program that we have no data to judge whether it would have the hoped-for success or not, would I now push the green button to vote inexpedient to legislate? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate, Senate Bill 217. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 184 voting yea, 174 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, Stewart, shows referred Senate Bill 311 FNA Local. Act relative to property tax offset for the town of Hampstead, making an appropriation therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jerry Stringham for the committee. Committee amendment is 1867H, printed in House Record 20, page 38. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Ager offers floor amendment 2113H. It's in your seat pockets. Recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm up here to see if we can actually pass a bill that we passed before, to actually pass this amendment. You know, this is for cities and towns and counties. What it's actually about is, as I mentioned before when I was up here, is to actually reimburse the towns and cities and counties for 7.5% of the retirement costs for teachers, police, and fire. It was actually passed pretty handily by us just recently. So what I'd like to do is have people consider it again. It was bipartisan support to get this passed before. Then if we can pass it again, and I'd like to have a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to the early summer day. I'm here mainly as a selectman from Hampstead. This bill was originally to compensate the town, my town, for the fact that the state moved into a small hospital and bought the land and are going to build a facility there for mentally ill. And this had a real impact on our town. So this bill was important. And I won't go into that. If you've watched communications, particularly I spoke in the Finance Committee in favor of this bill. So this is a bill that's very important to us, and we would like to have it clean. However, would you believe I showed up at the session this morning. I'm feeling good about this bill. I wouldn't even have to speak about it. The speaker would, say all those in favor, and away we go. There's no issue involved really here. It's doing the right thing, and I find out that there's non-germane. I like that word, non-germane bill attached to my bill. And why is that? I really don't know. I've been here for a while, and I can tell you that when we get to the short strokes like we are now at the end of our session, watch out for non-germane bills. This bill is amendment rather, has nothing to do with our bill. And I think the issue has been discussed previously in a previous bill with negotiations with both the Senate and the House, and I would ask you to do the red button and get rid of this germane article so we can go forward clean. Thank you.
The motion before us is the floor amendment 2113H. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is floor amendment 2113H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press... You don't have a PI for you. The motion before us is the amendment 2113H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state the vote. 177 voting yea, 183 voting nay. Motion fails. We're now back to ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 311. Are you ready for the question? Who? I heard a division from... I heard a division. This will be a division vote. We're all set. No. Nope. The motion before us is how to pass as amended on Senate Bill 311. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to say the vote. 317 voting yea, 45 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 337 FN, an act relative to doula and lactation service provider certification. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Karen Ebel for the committee. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Dan McGuire offers floor amendment 2102H. It's in your seat pockets and is recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This makes a one-word change to the bill. The bill currently has a sentence which reads, "The office shall make every effort to include racially and geographically diverse community members and providers," etc. This changes the word racially to culturally. There's two good reasons for that. First of all, we already have laws and a Human Rights Commission that work hard to make sure we don't discriminate racially in employment. So we shouldn't be telling the departments to racially discriminate in terms of employment. But also, so originally I was just going to ask to remove the word. But at the suggestion of the Department of Health and Human Services, I'm proposing that we change it to the word culturally, which is what they intend to do. Because in child rearing, there may be cultural differences, and therefore that should be taken into account. And also there may be language differences among different cultures, and perhaps that should be taken into account. So it's a very simple change. It's enthusiastically supported by the Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you very much.
The motion before us is McGuire Floor Amendment 2102H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor amendment is adopted. Representative, bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Leon offers floor amendment 2083H. Is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Doulas and midwives play a very, very important role in bringing the new generation into this world. But with birth, we need to also address the trauma from sexual assault. That is why we have this amendment to add the language of House Bill 378. 378 is a bill that was passed on consent that simply would have the Department of Justice condense a 207-page document they have about the rights of sexual assault survivors into a 1 to 2 page document done through the rulemaking process so that people know their rights. There's actually already another one, but it's 40 pages. It was hard for me to get through, and I hadn't just been assaulted. This is critical because if a woman is denied the ability to have her rights, to know what she can have in a sexual assault kit, what support she can have, and if she never gets to a sane nurse, she will carry that trauma forward with her. It expresses in many different ways, and difficulty in childbirth is one of them. I have too many friends who ran into challenges because that trauma that had never been addressed came back again. We had been working diligently on this language to address some concerns in the other body. Well, I thought we were moving forward to be able to work with the Attorney General's office and come to a committee of conference to come to some agreements on the language because, quite frankly, both bodies have had a lot of bills to do. Unfortunately, yesterday, the other body decided to indefinitely postpone this bill. They voted to indefinitely postpone a bill to notify sexual assault survivors of their rights. I cannot imagine and I cannot fathom that. They still have the opportunity to rescind that, and I would hope that they do. But sending this message that women are important, that survivors need to be heard, and they're not going to be told to sit down, be quiet, we know what's best for you, is critical. So I ask for your support in sending this message that we support survivors and that this body has an equal seat at the table. Thank you.
Motion before us is Floor Amendment 2083H. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Division has for clarification. This is a division on clarification. Nobody in, nobody out. The motion before us is a clarification vote on floor amendment 2083H. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 164 voting yea, 195 voting nay. The amendment fails. The question is now on ought to pass as amended. Are you? The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 337. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 352 FNA, an act establishing an early detection cancer screening pilot program for active and retired firefighters. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Laura Terlerski for the committee. The amendment is 1915H, printed in House Record 20, pages 49. Are you ready for the... Chair recognizes Stewart Pearson to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make this real quick because I've had a number of colleagues ask about the committee amendment. The committee amendment on this is good. It is necessary to tweak and fix a couple of little errors that were made when this was originally drafted. I ask you to please support the committee amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is Committee Amendment 1915H. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 355FN, Act relative to newborn screening for, oh my goodness. I will not try and butcher that word up. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Maureen Mooney for the committee. The amendment is 1983H, printed in House Record 20, pages 50 through 51. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 369FNA, an act directing the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to provide notice of public meetings and an opportunity for comment, creating a new position, making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Joe Sweeney for the committee. Are you ready for the question? The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 369FNA. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 393FN, an act relative to making an appropriation to the Department of Environmental Services to fund regional drinking water infrastructure. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Joe Sweeney for the committee. The amendment is 1793H, printed in House Record 20, page 55. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 396FNA, an act relative to making an appropriation to the Culinary Arts Program at the Wilbur H. Palmer Regional Career and Technical Education Center. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Mary Heath for the committee. Representative Hall offers floor amendment 2135H and is recognized to speak to floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of Amendment 2135H. The intent of this amendment is simple: to support families who are vulnerable by providing greater access to school meals for their children. Amendment 2135H accomplishes two goals. It raises the eligibility cap for free school meals to 350% of the federal poverty level. And two, it funds the cost of providing these meals through the existing federal reimbursement program, combined with a new state reimbursement program to be financed through the Education Trust Fund. It does not affect adequacy grants. Currently, as part of the federal reimbursement program, families whose annual household income is up to 130% of federal poverty receive no-cost school meals. And families whose annual household income is 130 to 185% of poverty receive reduced cost meals. With this legislation, the state reimbursement program would cover the cost of meals up to 350% of poverty not already paid for by the federal government. The 350% eligibility cap, as proposed in this amendment for a family of four, is about $105,000. To put this into perspective, the median household income in the state of New Hampshire for adults 25 to 64 is about $108,000. So this amendment would support those low to middle income families who fall into the bottom 50% of New Hampshire's median household incomes. Years of research have shown that school meals play a critical role in a student's attendance, well-being, and academic success. A healthy diet can give the child the energy to think, work, and play. School meals are as essential to education as buses, books, computers, or the internet. Yet kids' access to those meals has been curtailed while many families struggle to pay the bills, including dealing with the rising cost of putting food on the table. Over half of New Hampshire children reportedly live in households with insufficient food. This amendment ensures that our most needy children and adolescents receive at least one nutritious meal per day and is a positive step toward ending childhood hunger in New Hampshire. This vote is our opportunity to commit to assisting Granite State families in reducing food insecurity, which is associated with problems with childhood language development, social interactions, chronic illnesses, mental health disorders, and obesity. Our neighboring states of Vermont, Maine, and Massachusetts have all passed permanent universal meals legislation. House Bill 1212, identical to this amendment, passed this body 3 months ago on a 193 to 175 bipartisan vote. Let's once again vote to assist low to middle income families and to ensure that New Hampshire kids are not hungry, at least not during their school day. It's not only the right thing to do, it's the least we can do. Please join me in pressing the green button so that we can feed the kids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a past school teacher in grade 4 for the first 4 years and then a school administrator for the remaining roughly 40 years, I've been in a number of situations, K through 4, K through 8, junior high school, and yes, we have kids that come to school that are not fed, but schools take care of that. Right now, they do that. There's no insecurity in regard to that. Schools do step up to the plate. Teachers oftentimes step up to the plate and help. What this bill does, we now provide free reduced meals up to 185% of the median family income. And now we want to extend this to 350% of the family median income, which is, has been previously spoken to, about approximately $105,000 for that family of 4. Right now, we get reimbursement from the federal government up to 185%. We do not get any reimbursement beyond that number. And so this taxpayer, the local state taxpayer, is going to have to pick up this burden. Roughly 160,000 students in our state, K through 12. Using these numbers right here, 60% of that 160,000 kids are going to be receiving this free meal. We're going to have to cough up that money, and we haven't spoken about the revenue yet, but the fiscal report from the Department of Education says somewhere between $50 and $75 million. $50 to $75 million. On top of this, we oftentimes speak of local control. We have 38 schools in this state which do not involve themselves with the lunch program or the breakfast program. They provide it themselves. Now what they're going to have to do, if they're mandated to provide this program, the federal program, they're going to have to beef up their kitchens, they're going to have to hire more personnel, and there again, there's a local expense involved for those 38 schools who school boards are making local decision. We'll do this through a contracted service or we'll do it ourselves, but we're not getting involved with the feds. So in conclusion, I ask you to please vote this amendment down. Thank you.
Representative Hall has requested a division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Harrington has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is Amendment 213135H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that the information I just heard from the chairman of the Education Committee is inaccurate today, as it was when HB 1212 came before, and if I know because the analytics show us that Maine and Vermont provide universal meals for $34 million, not the 50 or 75 for one meal we just heard quoted. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now. Not his numbers, DOE numbers. And he is correct. Every single school in this state, every one of your schools where you support and you represent is in debt today on non-funded meals from youngsters who have nothing when they get there, and the school district is picking up some as they can if they happen to be able to identify a youngster. But that means there's a lot of other kids there, a lot of students that aren't being fed. Now, let me just imagine this. Every one of you, I presume today, if I know everyone here today...
The House will be in order. Continue.
Thank you. If I know that most everyone here today had the opportunity to have breakfast and probably could afford breakfast, and I know that everyone here today has the opportunity to have a free meal, as you did last time 1212 came up, but youngsters who are getting up in the morning at 6 a.m., going to school without breakfast, getting on a bus at 7, getting there at 7:30 and not having a meal, do not have that opportunity, and if I know that this process will allow them to do that. And in conclusion, if I know that we came here for one purpose, which was to make New Hampshire better, academics, sound education makes New Hampshire better, then would you please press the green button so we can get on with the business, as my good friend Art Ellison used to say, and just feed the damn kids. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill requires the eligibility threshold for federal school meal programs, raises the level from 185% of the median family income to 350% of the poverty level, it would require state taxpayer funds to cover the difference, as no federal reimbursement is provided. If I know the department's fiscal analysis on the bill estimates the total cost of this program could be more than $50 million per year to provide a lunch for 60% of the 160,000 students in New Hampshire's public schools. And lastly, if I know not all schools currently participate in the National School Lunch Program or Breakfast Program, and this bill does not require that they participate. However, if passed, the state would be required to pay the cost of the meals for all students that qualify, even the current 38 schools that do not participate in the school lunch or breakfast programs. Would I then press the red button? Thank you.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2131H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Richards.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 177 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request the last debate be printed in the permanent record.
Wait till the end of the bill. Wait,
Oh,
we're not done with the
sorry. The motion before us now is ought to pass on Senate Bill 396. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Now,
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Now I'd like to make that request.
the motion, will make the motion
Print the prior debate in the permanent record.
without objection. Yeah. We have a request for a roll call on this next bill. There is no debate. Representative Granger has requested a roll call, so is that sufficiently seconded? Okay. Hopefully get it done first. The Committee on Finance to which was referred Senate Bill 403 FN, an act relative to the the health care workforce, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Mary Jane Wallner for the committee. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Motion before us ought to pass on Senate Bill 403 FN. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Summers?
While members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to vote. 241 voting yea, 122 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance to refer Senate Bill 404 FN, an act relative to expanding child care professionals' eligibility for the Child Care Scholarship Program. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mary Jane Wallner for the committee. The amendment is 1921H, printed in House Record 20, pages 56 through 58. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 406 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services to increase rates for shelter programs. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Laura Tulerski for the committee. The amendment is 1866H, printed in House Record 20, page 58. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 409FN, an act relative to reimbursement for ambulance services under the state Medicaid plan. We consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The amendment is 1862H, printed in House Record 20, page 58. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Representative Stringham offers floor amendment 2026H. It's in your seat pockets. And recognize Representative Stringham to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds the entire content of House Bill 1593 to Senate Bill 409. For those of you who don't remember, 1593 was an important bipartisan and non-controversial disability bill passed twice in the House. It was a very limited bill as amended and very impactful. It temporarily restores suddenly removed services from the Developmental Disability Waiver Program that recipients expected to continue and then were taken away without notice. In fact, we plan to pay half of them through the Medicaid DD program. The removed services were recreational services that were suddenly removed. So House Bill 1593 allowed adults with limited means up to $600 a year to restore these services just for this biennium, and required Health and Human Services to generate a report so that a suitable replacement could be identified and implemented with the next biennium. So the program totally discontinues there. As I said, that bill passed twice here on the House floor on voice votes, was favored in Health and Human Services by a 17-3 vote, and in Finance by a 24-1 vote before being gavelled through with voice votes. In the other chamber, the content of this bill has been supported. The bill has actually been amended 5 times now with a non-germane amendment related to hospital disproportionate share payments, which may not survive the legislative process. So a vote yes here will support the will of both houses to support this disability waiver program, with or without how that bill, the original bill, comes through. So I'd ask you to please shout loudly and clearly aye on this amendment, as well as the 25-0 supported underlying ambulance bill. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2026H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you oppose, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Damon.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 210 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 417 FN, relative to out-of-home placements for children. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator J.R. Houle for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator David Priest for the minority of the committee. Committee amendment is 1923H, printed in House Record 20, pages 58 through 62. There is a debate on the amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 417 went to Finance with a unanimous vote from Children and Family Law and a decisive House vote. In light of troubles with an out-of-state placement of a child in need, legislators of both parties went to work on improving policy and procedure. The bill delineates various policies and procedures to protect at-risk children and provides the best possible care for them. This amendment would put more children at risk. First, the committee's amendment changes Section 2, 4, and 6, contrary to the safety and well-being of the child or sibling, contrary to the welfare. The amendment would go against the primary purpose of current statute 169C2, the mandatory reporting of suspected instances of child abuse and neglect, which protects children whose life, health, and welfare are endangered. The child's best interest shall be the court's primary consideration in all proceedings under this chapter. Second, the Finance Committee amendment changes Section 3 with regards to parental fitness hearings. The amendment changes the language of presumption of fitness to deem fit, which is legal language that would indicate a finding. It also changes the standard of proof required from preponderance of the evidence used through RSA 169C, including what is needed for DCYF to remove a child from a parent to clear and convincing. The comparison to the bail standard is entirely misleading and misplaced, as bail is a criminal in nature and not addressed in RSA 169C. Finally, the committee amendment changes in the amendment that would probably cause potential danger to children at risk is the change made to unique needs, which is an incomplete definition, excluding essential factors such as psychological and educational needs. If a definition of unique needs, excluding the clause and whether or not the parent is adequately prepared to address those needs, which is essential to the safety of the child. The Children and Family Law Committee worked with due diligence and came up unanimously with supporting the best interests of the child, and I urge you to oppose the committee's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Houle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. This bill has to do with out-of-home placements. Last year, we found out about a couple of kids who were shipped out of state to Tennessee and were dreadfully abused down there. We need to do our best to make sure we keep children in the state that have been removed either from a home that's abusing or neglecting them or through some judicial process because they had committed a crime. Either way, we need to find ways to keep them in the state so we can address those children's needs here. The amendment before you makes some critical changes to make this happen. The former speaker from Manchester talked about, well, we're changing the definitions relative to when kids are taken. Well, it's not taken. The chapter we're impacting is for a parent not charged with abuse or neglect. So we might have a divorced couple where a mom or a dad ends up being charged with abuse or neglect, and we want to get the child to the other spouse as quick as possible. Today's law requires that other spouse to go to the court and to demand that they be seen as innocent. No other place in our statutes do we require someone to prove their innocence before they can be a dad again. The amendment carefully crafts language to address this. It keeps in place necessary things like looking for the unique needs of the child relative to physical, mental, emotional, or medical needs. It makes sure that if there is a concern about this parent not charged, that DCYF or another agency can interrupt the process and go to the court and make a complaint. This is the way we treat everybody, except for this narrow set of cases where we have a parent who is absent for some period of time, and that could have been for a court order, and they are asked, they have to now go demand their innocence with the court. The bill also adds some additional staff to DCYF. We heard testimony and this is true of all the amendments, we heard testimony that quantity of staff may be excessive, so that's something that long-term needs to be addressed. It is my understanding that if this bill is passed today with this amendment, the likelihood is it's going to a committee of conference to work out details with the Senate. With that said, I would ask that you would support Amendment 1923H, and I ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Representative Houle has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Amendment 1923H. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Priest for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Amendment 2024-1923H goes against the primary purpose of the current statute, 169C-2, the mandatory reporting of suspected instances of child abuse and neglect. This protects children whose lives, health, and welfare are in danger and is contrary to the child's best interest. If I know that the amendment changes the statutory proof required by preponderance of evidence used throughout the existing RSA 169C, including what is needed to remove a child from a parent, to clear and convincing. This comparison to bail standards is misleading and misplaced, as bail is criminal in nature and not addressed in RSA 169C, a civil procedure meant to protect children. Again, this would put more children at risk. And if I know that this amendment would probably cause potential danger to children at risk by changing the definition of unique needs, excluding the clause, and whether or not a parent is adequately prepared to address those needs, which is essential to the safety of that child. Harmony Montgomery had unique needs.
Representative, the House will be in order. Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry.
Would I now press the red button to oppose Amendment 2024-1923H so that a better motion can be made and probably the lives of children can be saved? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that some bills are put together in haste, and if I further suspect that this bill impetus was, we have to do something about the boys abused in Tennessee, if I further know that all these previous amendments still left loose ends that the Finance Committee endeavored to fix, would I now support those thorough efforts and push the green button to adopt the amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is Amendment 1923H. This is a roll call vote on the amendment. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 178 voting nay. The committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 417. The question now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Representative Houle has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is ought to pass as amended. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Howard.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to state of vote. 361 voting yea, 3 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
That's the one. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side for 417, I move to reconsider and ask everybody in the chamber to vote no.
The question is on reconsideration of SB 417. I heard someone ask for a division vote. Members, take your seats. Division. The question is whether to reconsider Senate Bill 417, and it's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Toll. Representative Mason. Representative Mason. I need a thumb up or thumb down.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the closely contested vote. 33 in the affirmative, 325 in the negative. Reconsideration fails. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 453 F&A, an act making an appropriation to the statewide voter registration system, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Dan McGuire for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Karen Ebel for the minority of the committee. Questions on the majority committee report of interim study. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. I think the ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 455 FN, an act relative to Medicaid reimbursement rates for prosthetic and orthotic devices. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jerry Stringham for the committee. The question is on committee amendment 1958H, printed in House Record 20 on page 69. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now the question is the majority committee report. Ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. Ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 456 FN, an act relative to the state loan repayment program for qualified nursing professionals and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Laura Swiderski for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jess Edwards for the minority of the committee. Representative Edwards is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to encourage an ITO vote overturning the committee recommendation. This first came to Division 3, and I was in favor of it initially because I care deeply about patient care, particularly in underserved areas, and having worked in healthcare for over 45 years, I really appreciate what the nursing community does for our society. But this bill did not wear well on me as I started to think about the testimony we heard. We heard that we would be spending $300,000 in general funds to help 6 people do what is called loan forgiveness. There is no loan forgiveness. There is a transfer of the loan debt voluntarily taken by a person transferred to the general public. There is no forgiveness. There's just a debt transfer. And so I confirm the 6, by the way. You're going to hear much bigger numbers. You're going to hear as many as 17 or something. But I asked very specifically how many people would be affected, and there was no ambiguity in the answer. There's 6 people, 300,000, that's 50,000 each. Now, to go into an underserved area, you're probably going into a community where the median income is only $50,000, and here the state is going to grant that much money to a single individual to go provide critical and important care. But this is the kind of economic micromanagement that really makes very bad policy over the long run. So I would encourage you to support an ITL.
Representative Swiderski is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The State Loan Repayment Program, or SLRP, has successfully worked in our state for 25 years and is a program where medical professionals can receive assistance with their student loans if they commit to a long-term contract working in areas that are designated as underserved, using strict federal guidelines that are based on population metrics and the number of medical providers in the region. Overwhelmingly, the participants of this program end up in Coos County, which has a severe shortage of medical providers. SB 456 appropriates an additional $300,000 to SLRP to be used exclusively for nursing professionals. Just imagine for a second a young person graduating with a nursing degree from St. Anselm's or Rivier University in the southern part of the state. They may not even be considering starting a career up north. However, this nationally recognized program provides an incentive of assistance in loan repayments for them to work and live in an area that desperately needs them. Those who participate will agree to a 3-year contract. They will work, set down roots, provide care, and connect with the community, starting their life there, and ideally settling there for the long term, being able to care for the people who live there. In testimony, we heard that this bill could extend the program to 6 full-time professionals currently on a wait list, and adding just those providers to this region could add approximately 25,000 patient visits to an area where receiving medical care is a real challenge. The bill also directs the department to provide a report with recommendations on if it's feasible to expand the program in future years. I ask that you please support this bipartisan bill that will attract nursing professionals to settle and work in underserved areas like Coos County. Please press the green button, and I ask for a division vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass on Senate Bill 456. Representative Edwards is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this bill would cut 6 people $50,000 checks so that they could go serve in a community where the median income is essentially $50,000, would I recognize that to be a gross example of poor economic micromanagement by the government and vote red?
Representative Stringham is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the SLRP is a proven program for providing medical professionals for over 25 years to underserved areas, if I know the program is currently out of funds and there is documented need currently, if I know that this has been particularly valuable in Coos County, where medical professionals are scarce, and if I know that passing this bill will provide tens of thousands of additional visits for needed for personal care with nurses provided by this program, would I please press the green button for this bipartisan bill? Thank you very much.
Questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass. Senate Bill 456. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 178 in the affirmative, 182 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Edwards moves inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 456. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, 182 to 178. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 463 FN, an act expanding access to court-appointed counsel for children in dependency proceedings. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative David Priest for committee. The committee amendment is 1971H, printed in House Record 20 on pages 70 to 72. Questions on the adoption of the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now on to the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for that question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voting on the prevailing side of Senate Bill 456, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote no.
Representative Sweeney moves reconsideration on Senate Bill 456. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to reconsider Senate Bill 456, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 174 in the affirmative, 186 in the negative. Reconsideration fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side of Senate Bill 217, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote no.
217.
Representative Sweeney moves reconsideration on Senate Bill 217. There it is. You ready for the question? Thought so. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Probably still in them. Question is whether to reconsider Senate Bill 217, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 177 in the affirmative, 185 in the negative. The motion fails. The House will be in recess until 1:15.
Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, which was referred Senate Bill 558, FN, Act relative to insurance coverage for infertility treatments, protection from discrimination during IVF treatments, parental leave, and adoption. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does a member rise?
for a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move to table Senate Bill 558, and I request a division vote, please.
Okay, tabling motion has been offered. It is a proper motion. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
Division, JB. Division. No, it wasn't. Sweetie. Don't say yes. It says yes.
The motion before it is to table Senate Bill 558. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
I wish all PIs were that short. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 558. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Mangiaputi. We're in the voting mode, Representative. Representative Colcom. Up or down? Representative Katzberg. Yes. Someone would change any CACR back in the chair, please. That's a problem.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 325 voting yea, 32 voting nay. Senate Bill 558 is laid on the table. Chair recognizes the clerk for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gerhard moves that all necessary House rules be so far suspended as to allow late drafting and introduction of a bill relative to allowing for members of the General Court to visit any public institution.
Chair recognizes Representative Gerhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I bring this forward because I was denied the ability to inspect and tour the county jail in my county and also the state prison unless I was essentially put on a leash and brought around with the director, the head of the director of the Department of Corrections. From Gene Graham. Now, the reason I'm bringing this forward, I understand this is the end of the session, everybody's trying to wrap things up, but I was just recently denied from my county the ability to be a religious volunteer as well. As somebody that was inside, I think it's important to talk to these inmates, especially on account of the fact that now we're on the hook for, that we're on the hook for $38 million settlement from the YDC cases because, quite frankly, people in this chamber did not visit these facilities. They did not talk to these people, and abuses went on for decades. The idea that we should trust bureaucrats to watch other bureaucrats is absurd. We are the closest to the people, not appointed political appointees. I think that should be self-evident. From this NPR article of May 15th, the judge who oversaw a landmark trial about New Hampshire's youth detention center has refused to discard the $38 million verdict, saying the facility's leadership, quote, either knew and didn't care or didn't care to learn the truth, quote, end quote, about endemic physical and sexual abuse. There are more than 1,100 lawsuits now pending. My concern is that we do not know what's going on in these facilities, from the most basic to how inmates spend their days, to how the money is being spent or pocketed, and other things. So I put this bill forward, this suspension of the rules, because I think this is important. And I just received notice from my county the other day, otherwise I would have put this in earlier. The email from the state Director of Corrections was from November of last year, but I had assumed that going through the religious aspect would be a way to do it. I just think it's important to talk to these people. There is no way to really find out what's going inside the facilities. And then you could say, oh, well, they can write us. Yeah, okay. You make, 10 cents an hour or something? And then the other concern is people from the state prison have sent emails to all of us. I know Alicia received them, we might have trashed them, but alleging that they were terminated for raising concerns. So there is not an open channel of communication. And with that, I would hope that you would support transparency in our institutions, because that's our job. And bureaucrats can't be trusted to watch other bureaucrats. Those are the two main talking points. And I'm going to ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Senator Garrett had asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is suspension of the rules. The House will be in order. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Stewart for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chair of the county delegation for the county that the member was referring to, I can assure you all that if I know that any member of our delegation had the invitation to tour our House of Corrections, and if I further know that the member involved probably was denied because of his history, would I now vote no on the pending motion? Thank you.
The motion before us is suspension of the rules. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Bouchard and McKenzie. Representative McKenzie.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 148 voting yea, 216 voting nay. The motion fails. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 476 FN, an act making a capital appropriation to the Department of Corrections toward the replacement of the New Hampshire State Prison for Men. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Karen Ebel for the committee. Representative Harriet Gothright offers Amendment 2153H. It's in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright. Chair recognizes Representative Roy to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you may recognize this amendment. It's the bill that we passed a few weeks ago, and it still does the same things. It still takes nobody's gun rights away. Nobody. It still takes nobody's gun rights away. The person who would be affected by this bill already lost their gun rights the moment they were committed involuntarily. Think about this for a second. And seriously, think about this for a second. You are brought to court because you are mentally ill to the point where you're dangerous. You get examined by your own doctor. The court orders you to be examined by another doctor. You get a lawyer. The lawyer can argue on your behalf and cross-examine witnesses against you. After all that's done, a judge, not a bureaucrat, makes a decision that you need to be committed, now not just for the temporary exam commitment, but a full commitment for 30 days because the judge finds you to be a danger to yourself or others. You get committed. You're in there for 30 days receiving mental treatment. Should you be able to walk out the door across the street and buy a weapon, even though just 30 days ago you were committed because you heard voices that said you should kill people? That is exactly what happens. If you have schizophrenia, you hear voices, and sometimes they tell you to hurt people. All we're saying, and this doesn't do anything but report that to the federal NICS system. Now let's talk about the NICS system. Where'd that come from? I'm old enough to remember the Clinton administration. In the Clinton administration, there was something called a waiting period, a national waiting period. We all had to wait. You couldn't just go buy a gun. You had to wait. So the NRA stepped up and said, listen, that's over. We're going to work on legislation so that people can get their firearms rights right away. We propose an instant background check system. That's where NICS came from. It came from the NRA. So they said what gets submitted by the states is what gets checked. Just recently, the NRA came out and said the system's only so good as the information that gets put into it. What good is it if 99% of the states, except for us, put that information in there? We submit felons, we submit restraining orders. For some reason, Hampshire decided that people who are dangerously mentally ill were not going to submit. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever at all. Just recently, now I saw an email from some group recently that came out that said that this was about a gun grab or some ridiculous thing. Of course, at the bottom of every one of those emails is, please send us money. But having said that, oh yeah, here they are, the National Associations for Gun Rights. What did they have to say on the subject? Well, I went to their page and said, what's their position on mental health? It says, there has been a consistent push to grant agencies and individuals the power to deem Americans mentally defective, thereby depriving them of their constitutional rights without due process. Mental health restrictions on firearms ownerships which circumvent due process are unconstitutional. What I just described to you is due process. You go to judge, you go to court, you have an attorney, you can cross-examine, you can present. So their arguments are invalid. What does the NRA say? The NRA says, just recently, the system's only so good as what you put into it, and they advocate, here's what they said, exactly word for word. It's been the NRA's long-standing position that those who have been adjudicated as a danger to themselves or others should not have access to firearms. This wasn't 20 years ago, this was 2020. So if anyone in here is saying, well, the gun groups are saying, pay attention because the gun groups change depending on who's in charge. But NICS was founded by the NRA and they believe it. So as New Hampshire citizens, do we want to be able to face people when someone does something because we decided, nope, we're just not going to do it. Even though all the other states are doing it, we're not going to do it. It makes no sense. Oh, and did I mention, we're leaving hundreds of millions of dollars on the table. The federal government has established just recently under a bill called the Fix NICS Bill, a fund to help states improve their electronic criminal justice information systems. Millions and millions of dollars are dispersed to the states, except for New Hampshire, because when we don't submit this information, we're not eligible. So do we walk away from that and the danger to our fellow citizens? I don't think so. I think that we pass this one more time to send the people on the other side of the wall the message that we believe in safety, we believe in freedom, but we also believe that there are limits and we have to be careful. Thank you.
The motion before us is Amendment 2153H. This is going to be a division vote. Members, Representative Houle requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. motion before us is Amendment 2153H. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill and this amendment does not criminalize mental health, the people that are involved in it have access to due process before any of their rights are taken. And furthermore, the bill itself doesn't take rights, but just reports the event that's already occurred to the federal NICS background check that the NRA established and asked for. Would I now press the green button to adopt this amendment to further New Hampshire safety, to make us access to federal grant money, and to ensure that we are consistent with the rest of the country? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize for stepping ahead early. If I know that the underlying bill has to do with setting aside money so we can design a men's prison, and that by adding an amendment we put in jeopardy the underlying bill, if I know that the language of the amendment says notwithstanding any other, notwithstanding any other provision of the law, including a requirement of a closed hearing and a file under RSA 135, that's relative to mental health records, if I further know that these people potentially might be in danger of suicide, but this will cause the unintended consequence of them not seeking the mental health treatment they need, and furthermore, if I know that every gun group in the state and many national ones stood opposed, would I now vote against the adoption of 2153H? Thank you.
The motion before us is Amendment 2153H. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reynolds.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend to stay the vote. 202 voting yea, 165 voting nay. Amendment is adopted. Motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Representative Finney has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 476. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Morton.
Will all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state their vote. 212 voting yea, 155 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the debate.
Members, stay in your seats. The House will be in recess for 10 minutes. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Keller for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reprimand Representative Roy for conduct unbecoming.
Recognize Mr. Representative Keller for a further motion. One at a time. Okay. The motion is debatable.
Mr. Speaker, input if the chair.
State, make your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, we have a motion as to one representative. Do we know if there's another motion coming afterwards? And could the speaker explain about reprimands and how they work?
Yes, there will be another motion.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak against the motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those of you that don't know me, I am the reprimanded Representative Verville from Rockingham 2nd District, representing Auburn, Candia, and Deerfield. And when y'all wagged your finger at me, no, I take that back. Yeah, I retract the statement. Thank you. I appreciate the calling out. So I was reprimanded, and I viewed it as nothing more than a finger wag. And that's all it is. There's nothing more, there's nothing less. My only regret is I didn't ask for a copy, presentable for public display. Can we stop the nonsense, vote this down, move on, and get along with the business that we have? There is zero value in any of us reprimanding any of us. Can we just vote no and move on, please? Thank you.
What reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, to make a motion of a higher priority.
State your motion.
I move to table the motion on the floor and return back to the House business. I would ask everybody to support the table motion. Thank you.
The motion is in order. The motion before us is to table the motion to reprimand. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. The motion is tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McKellar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reprimand Representative Cyril for conduct unbecoming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Make a motion of a higher priority.
State your motion.
I move to table the motion to reprimand the member from Merrimack. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table the motion to reprimand. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Devine. Representative Devine.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend state of the vote. 314 voting yea, 55 voting nay. Motion is tabled. Majority Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 499 FN, an act relative to reduction of hunger for children, older adults, and people with disabilities. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator J.R. Houle for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Laura Tolerski for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 1957H, printed in House Record 20, pages 73 through 74. Chair recognizes Representative Wolf. There is a debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment...
Chair recognizes Representative Wolf.
Oh, Wolf.
Mr. Speaker and members of this House, I rise today to oppose Amendment 1957 to SB 499. Amendment 1957 would remove the necessary funding required for New Hampshire's participation in the summer EBT program. Summer EBT is a federally funded program that would bring in over $4.5 million federal dollars each year for feeding hungry kids during the summer. Many children depend on school meals, but come summer, they don't have access to them. Summer EBT programs would connect these children to the nutrition that they need when school is not in session. The startup cost for implementing EBT is about $1 million in the first year. However, the recurring cost to the state is very small, about $265,000. This $265,000 annual investment would allow New Hampshire to unlock $4.5 million per year to feed over 37,000 kids. The $4.5 million would be directly invested into our economy every year, being spent at local grocery stores, farmers markets, farms, and other small business. It's a win-win. Feed hungry children and stimulate our economies. And if we don't get the money from the feds, we're not obligated to pay it. So, if we don't invest the money, over 37,000 kids will go hungry every summer. The state will leave $4.5 million federal dollars on the table. New Hampshire taxpayers currently contribute a lot more to Washington than we receive back. We should seize any opportunity we have to make a smart, modest investment to increase the state's federal revenue and invest in New Hampshire's future. The return on investment has a massive upside, and the risk is none. It's a smart business for New Hampshire. I urge you to reject Amendment 1957 and to support an alternative amendment, 1917, which will include the necessary funding for the state to implement the EBT program. 1957 does not. Please join me in voting against 1957 so we can consider the new amendment and invest in the Granite State working families and most of all, in hungry kids. Feeding kids is well worth any investment that we can make. Thank you, and I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment does two things. One thing is good, and the other is nowhere near good enough, which is why I oppose it. The good part that we agree on makes it easier for seniors and people with disabilities to access the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The part that is deficient is the section which appropriates $50,000 for DHHS to develop a plan to possibly implement a summer EBT program sometime in the future. We know that food insecurity has a negative effect on children's development, can prevent children from reaching their full physical, cognitive, and psychosocial potential, and that these lasting effects can follow them well into adulthood. In fact, poverty and the food insecurity that results from it is one of the leading adverse childhood experiences that leads to chronic health problems, mental illness, and substance misuse. We also know that summer is the time when children from low-income families are most food insecure because they cannot eat their breakfast and lunch at school through the free and reduced school lunch program. If we are able to implement a summer EBT program, each qualifying child would receive $40 a month on an EBT card for families to buy food, helping to bridge the gap in their summertime grocery budgets. To be clear, the EBT card is for food, not liquor, cigarettes, or non-food items. We know, based on current enrollment, that 37,329 children from low-income families would qualify for the program if it was signed into law today. The majority amendment appears to be a step towards implementing the program, but I want to be clear. If this amendment passes, these children will receive no assistance in 2024 and absolutely no guarantee of any assistance in 2025 either. This is our window to act, get the program set up for the future. These kids who qualify come from families with incomes below 185% of the federal poverty level. This means for a single working parent with one child, their household makes less than $38,000. For a family of four, less than $58,000. For families in this lower income bracket, the rising cost of things like housing, childcare, and utilities has made it increasingly difficult to meet basic needs like food. The sponsor of this amendment stated in our executive session that he completely guessed when picking the appropriation. There was no input from the department, and the amount is just a fraction of what the department stated is needed to build out a plan for successful implementation. By comparison, the alternative minority amendment, which will be introduced next, contains a detailed and transparent cost breakdown directly from the department on what is needed to set up the program and start getting resources to those who need it. Making these initial investments to get the program going will allow us to leverage at least $4.5 million in federal money, which will come back to our state to be spent at our local stores. By not participating in this program and leaving this money, our federal tax dollars, on the table, it will simply go to children in other states, and New Hampshire children will go without. Please vote no on this amendment so an alternative amendment can be brought forward and we can discuss implementing a program to feed hungry kids now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues. I rise in favor of the committee amendment to Senate Bill 499. It's numbered 1957H on page 73 of the House calendar. The committee amendment replaces the omnibus bill that came to House Finance directly without going to Education or Health and Human Services policy committees. The bill with this amendment would become effective on passage and does two things. First, it appropriates a one-time setup cost of $37,500 to the Department of Health and Human Services to implement the Elderly Simplified Application Project within the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. This important and much-needed change to law will allow the elderly and people with disabilities to file every 3 years rather than annually for the food stamp program. Second, it allocates $50,000 to the Department of Health and Human Services for creating a request for proposal, soliciting bids, and developing and implementing a plan. The key word there is plan, and that is the huge difference between this amendment and the alternatives that wish to be brought forward. This amendment is realistic and it's frugal in its approach to a new and very expansive program. The alternatives are too fast, too soon. The House Finance Committee is charged with examining and recommending public funds. The majority agrees that this amendment is a reasonable alternative to the omnibus bill sent to us from the other body. Please join the majority of the committee and vote green to adopt the committee amendment 1957H to Senate Bill 499. Thank you.
This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Amendment 1957H. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Wallner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the majority amendment addresses only one small part of this important bill to reduce childhood and elderly hunger, and if I know that now is the time to move forward and apply for the summer EBT program so that it will be in place for the summer of 2025. The summer EBT program will provide up to $4.5 million of federal funds to New Hampshire's lowest income families. And if I know that the minority has an amendment which will implement both the elderly simplified application and the summer EBT program for children, would I now vote no on this amendment so that a more comprehensive amendment can be brought forward? Please push the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the bill came over from the Senate with $12 million in appropriations, or an estimate, but only funded less than $500,000 of that, leaving the House to find the difference. If I know that the House looked through the various portions of this bill and determined one was worth funding directly and one was worth looking at and investigating and funding, if I know that the total cost was $87,000 to do both of those items, which would be fit within this year's budget, would I now vote yes on Amendment 1957H? Thank you.
The motion before us is Amendment 1957H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative O'Kelly.
While all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 182 voting aye, 185 voting nay. The amendment fails. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Amendment 1917H, printed in House Record 20, pages 74 through 75. Chair recognizes Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon once more to my colleagues. I rise now against the committee amendment to Senate Bill, or the amendment rather, to Senate Bill 499. It's numbered 1917H on page 74 of your House calendar. Now, this amendment does maintain the much-needed one-time setup cost of $37,500 to the Department of Health and Human Services to implement the Elderly Simplified Application Project within SNAP. And also, that's to help the elderly and those with disabilities to file every 3 years rather than annually for the food stamp program. That is very important, and I think the whole Finance Committee thought so because it is in both amendments proposed to you today. However, this amendment, numbered 1917H, overall spends too much, too soon, on a new federal summer electronics benefit transfer program for children that cannot start this summer. Now, this amendment also puts a temporary program in place initially, but then requires additional funds the following year. I'm going to break down the expenditures in this amendment. $143,000 for personnel costs to the Department of Health and Human Services. $55,000 for funding systems and technology in the first year, followed by an additional $667,000 for funding systems and technology in the second year. The transactional fees for $82,500 each summer for the next 2 years, a $10,000 fee for one-time setup costs, and then a $25,000 cost for funding outreach. It was mentioned that federal funds are available, but the maximum federal funding amount is conditional on all recipients of free and reduced lunch participating. The total is too much right now for a new program, and the federal funding is too indefinite to rely on. The bottom line is this amendment is not practical, and it is not frugal in its approach during an off-budget year. The majority of the House Finance Committee agrees that a program of this size, of this cost, cannot be rushed or overspent upon, and this amendment does both. Please join the majority of the committee and vote red on this amendment number 1917H. Thank you for your attention.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Tulerski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous debate outlined many of the details, so I'll be brief. Amendment 1917H on page 74 of your calendar directs the department to participate in the federal summer EBT program and the elderly simplified application for SNAP. I'd like to be clear that the bipartisan bill that came to us with a unanimous vote from the other side was far more expansive than what we have today. This amendment removes all sections related to the Department of Education and deals with only 2 programs under the direction of DHHS. The majority of the $1.1 million appropriation will be for the one-time startup costs. And once summer EBT and the simplified applications are up and running, there will be minimal administrative costs to keep the program going. Yes, because the effective date is July 1, a program for summer food assistance can't start and be fully functioning on July 2. However, the benefits that are designated for 2024 will still come into our state. They will just be delayed and arrive in early fall. And with the system up and running, we will be ready to go as intended for the 2025 year. We already heard $4.5 million will come into our state with the program, and it's estimated to have an economic impact equivalent of $6.7 to $8 million. Not only is it good for our economy, but it's also good for our kids. Getting assistance to food insecure families in the summer months can be the difference for kids as they grow, learn, and become positive contributing members of our community as adults. If it's too much and too fast to do it, then when? Now's the time to do it. Please vote yes on this amendment, and I ask for a division vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hall requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Amendment 1917H. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Hall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the program that we're trying to implement here is already covered under various social welfare programs, if I know that the civic organizations in the state, the churches and some of the other nonprofits, weekly distribute food already, if I know there's places like the New Hampshire Food Bank that are available that don't force people who are already living on the edge to fund somebody else's breakfast, would I now vote no on the adoption of 1917H?
Chair recognizes Representative Wallner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the amendment before us will implement the elderly simplified application, which will enable elderly persons to be more easily able to apply for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, a program which provides food assistance to older adults and people with disabilities. And if I know that the amendment also directs the Department of Health and Human Services to provide application for the federal summer EBT program. The program provides $40 per month per child for the summer months when children are not receiving meals at school. If I know these children who are eligible are the children who receive free meals at public schools, would I now know that these are also some of the lowest income families in our state? If I know the benefits paid to the families in the summer EBT program are 100% federally funded, and the cost of the administration of the program is split between the federal government and the state, would I now vote yes?
Who yelled? The member is giving a parliamentary inquiry at this point. Oh, the member's all done. The motion before us is 1917H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Stewart. Representative Corcoran.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to vote. 192 voting yea, 178 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading. Open to further amendment. Representative Aaron offers floor amendment 2125H. Recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today to ask you for support on this floor amendment. We're interested in helping people. You can't get food if you have no roads to travel on. This floor amendment is the exact same language from HB 1466 that was passed unanimously out of House ED&A and House Finance and then unanimously out of this entire body. The language creates a statutory vehicle for the state to financially help a municipality right after a natural disaster. No such authority exists now, and no appropriation of funds are necessary now. I don't know about you, but I don't appreciate this important bill being dismissed or ignored by the other body. And I was told that our position on assisting municipalities in their time of need didn't matter, and that despite not needing any money appropriated at this time, and since it's an off-budget year, this would have to wait. I don't think we should wait when we can do this now, and I think we need to send the message to the other body that we are serious about disaster relief, and they should be too. Please join me in supporting this floor amendment and helping out our towns in their time of need. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2125. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Osborne. Representative Freitas.
If all members present and an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 181 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. We're now on order pass as amended. Representative Erf is waving off. Representative Teleski? Representative Teleski waves off and asks for a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Harrigan has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 499. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Sullivan.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 235 voting yea, 136 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 553FN, an act requiring that funds held by the Public Deposit Investment Pool be invested in New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Joe Sweeney for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Gerald Griffin for the minority of the committee. The question is on the amendment 1910H, printed in House Record 20 on page 95. Representative Griffin is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment does two things. One, it reduces the percentage of the public deposit investment pool that is subject to the underlying bill. And two, it sets a sunset date for that bill. In so doing, I believe it acknowledges that the bill is overreaching and unnecessary. But the amendment is better than the underlying bill, and I ask you to please support the amendment so we can move on and defeat the amended bill to make another motion.
The question is on Amendment 1910H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Now we're on to the main motion of ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bogert is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise in opposition to this bill as this is not a Republican bill. This is not a Democratic bill. This is a municipal bill which will take money from the municipalities. Now, what they're asking you to do is to take a percentage of money and put it into a state bank, chartered bank or whatever, so that it's invested inside. The return on this investment, which everybody here understands what the return on your personal investment is, you rely on that return. I can speak for Laconia because I've been in good conversations with our finance director, and what this does is it lowers the threshold of return on that investment. If you looked at your own savings accounts from all the banks that you've got your money tied up in, can you honestly answer you're getting the best return for your money? I think not. But in this case, they can invest it in this PDIP fund, And what that enables them to do is get a larger return on their investment. Now, speaking for Laconia, that's a positive $200,000. Now, that's not chump change. And what happens is that money helps to offset the property tax that is required of the residents to pay for the city budget. This also rolls into county budgets, where the county budget's going to be tied into this same type of format. So if they're investing in a PDIP, then they're going to start to lose some of the money that is involved in this. A city and a town, no matter which size it is, they only have limited resources for revenue. And if you take away another way they could take advantage of improving a revenue source, then there's only one way to make up the money. It's automatically going to come from the taxpayer. Now, I don't know that that makes sound business sense to sit and say, you can only invest in what we're going to tell you to invest in from a state level, and why a local city, our town, our municipality, whichever you want to look at it, can make that choice on how they want to take their fund balance and invest it for the best of their constituents. And that's what it's all about, not the Bankers Association. This is strictly property tax business. So please oppose this bill in every way, shape, or form. The amendment made a bad bill a little better, but the bill is still bad. Thank you.
Representative Griffin's recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to you not only as a fellow legislator, but also as a former municipal treasurer and a person with quite extensive financial history. The Public Deposit Investment Pool was created some 30 years ago, and it has been a great success. Its goal has always been to obtain the best return available with safe investments. In that time, it has never lost money and has grown to nearly $700 million invested by our state, our county, and our municipalities. SB 553 seeks to change the pool's investment policy in two ways. Investments must be deposited in New Hampshire banks, and they must be insured or collateralized. The committee's amendment we just passed significantly softens those requirements by reducing that percentage affected by the bill from 100% to 30%. The amendment also sets a sunset date for the bill, and in so doing, it acknowledges that the bill is overreaching, damaging, and unnecessary. All of the users of the pool that we heard from oppose the law due to the likely deterioration of their investment returns. And as we all just heard from the last speaker, those returns are used to lower the property tax in our municipalities and lowering the tax in our counties. In 2023, the law was amended to remove the trust from the Banking Commissioner's office and place it under the oversight of our very capable state treasurer. In committee, she testified that the trust was not broken and was working well for its users. She also testified that in the few months since she took over and her office have been working with the Trust's advisory committees, reviewing and developing policies and objectives for the pool. The legislature should let that process play out without mandating a geographical constraint on that process that limits the pool's returns. Please support the judgment of your county, city, and town treasurers by pressing the red button and defeating this motion so a motion of interim study can be made for this bill as written, and it can go to a peaceful, quiet death. Thank you.
Representative Grassi is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I write in opposition to HB 553. I think that the last two speakers that you've had have pretty much laid out most of the facts dealing with this. The public investment pool has been around for quite a while. It's an option for communities. Again, it's an option for communities. They can invest in their local banks or they can invest in the pool. One of the things that people don't think of is a lot of the bigger cities, you have your own investment advisors. We have a finance director in Rochester, and we invest most of our money in local banks. But smaller communities don't have that opportunity. Some of you know me, you know that I worked in a number of small communities here in the state of New Hampshire, and I've worked with a number of the administrators, public administrators, town administrators, county administrators as well. Their position has been that they have not been involved in this process. This bill sort of was fast-tracked on the other side of the wall. Got over here, and the administrators, in fact, I was sitting home on a Sunday afternoon, and I get a call from a town administrator saying, "Are you aware of this bill?" And I said, "Not really. What is this doing?" And he says, "I'm not sure. But it doesn't sound good because right now we are investing in the pool and we are making good money. We have never lost a dime. Never lost, not even a penny, never lost a penny in the public investment pool. And currently they're earning a better rate that they can get elsewhere. And that's something that benefits the taxpayers in our communities. When we take a look at the bill as amended, you may hear in discussion about the original bill was how all this money was going to be reinvested back into the state of New Hampshire and be a benefit to the communities, and the dollar, the way it gets transferred in and out of the state, or within the state, it's going to make more revenues for the state. Well, the bill has been amended, and it actually does very little because it says we shall aspire to 30%. It doesn't say we shall have 30% invested in the state, but we shall aspire to 30%. Again, as you heard from the previous speaker, the banking commissioner said that she has been working with the advisory board about this bill, about the trust. And what they would like to do with this pool is they would like to take more time and work on it and develop the policy and develop the rules for investments. They're working on that right now. This bill would throw that all out. When I spoke to the treasurer, when this amendment came up, and we were told this is a compromise amendment that we have. It was a compromise between the bankers and the treasurer. The investors were never involved. Nobody asked the town administrators, the finance directors, the trust fund administrators, the county administrators. Those people who are responsible for our local communities and counties were never involved in any negotiations on this bill or the amendment. I'm asking you to stand with your local communities right now and vote no on this, and allow us to send this to interim study so that we can take a good look at this bill. We can work with the town administrators and trust advisors and everyone else in the state that invest in this pool to do what is best for the taxpayers in our community. Thank you.
Representative Sweeney is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As everyone else has said already, Senate Bill 553 came to us in House Finance radically different than what is presented to us today after we adopted the committee amendment. Senate Bill 553, the title there, is requiring that funds held by the public deposit investment pool be invested in New Hampshire. However, the amendment that we adopted on a voice vote just minutes ago really does rewrite the bill to make it a legislative intent that we encourage the investment advisor to invest 30% of the fund in insured or collateralized investments. Currently, $0 of the public deposit investment pool is insured or collateralized. $0 of the public deposit investment pool of all of our taxpayer dollars in the various communities that are investing in it, 0 of those dollars are invested in the state of New Hampshire. This amendment, the bill that has now been amended, provides a vehicle for us to move that direction, but the one requirement in the bill still is to achieve the highest attainable stable rating for local taxpayer dollars in that investment pool. So while we are encouraging more of the pool to be insured and collateralized, to be in the state of New Hampshire, we are requiring that highest attainable rating still be pursued as the main priority for the public deposit investment pool, otherwise known as PDIP. Obviously, there was a lot of work put into this bill. There was a lot of insight from the stakeholders that were involved. We tried to make the bill work. I believe we achieved that, and we put into a sunset of 2030 so that a future legislature can see what changes to the public deposit investment pool, that mouthful of a term I've now said 20 times in one speech. We can see what changes are made to that investment pool over the next 7 years, and a future legislature can make further adjustments, go back to the way things are today. But the biggest takeaway from this bill is if this bill passes and is signed into law by the governor, the public deposit investment pool is the same as it is today as it will be tomorrow. It does not, it creates that legislative intent to encourage more insured or collateralized investments in the state of New Hampshire. And I would urge you to vote with the bipartisan 16-9 committee recommendation to pass the bill as amended. Thank you.
A division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Members should be in their seats. The question is a majority committee report about to pass with amendment. Representative Dan McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill upsets policy that has worked beautifully for over 30 years and invested funds has risen to nearly $700 million, and if I know that our municipalities, counties, and school districts rely on the interest from the fund to pay their expenses and moderate property taxes, if I know that no actual user of this fund wants it to change, and finally, if I know that 30% of a bad idea is still a bad idea, would I now press the red button and defeat this ought-to-pass motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Cambriels is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. Now? Bueller. You're not making a motion, are you? Because we're in the voting mode.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Senate Bill 553 as amended simply encourages insured or collateralized funds in the public deposit investment pool be invested in the state of New Hampshire, would I now vote the green button to send this bill back to the lovely body on the other side of the wall? Thank you.
The questions on the Majority Committee report are about to pass with amendment. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Malone.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 176 in the affirmative, 190 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Griffin moves. What? Representative Griffin moves inexpedient to legislate.
Interim study.
Interim study? Fair enough. Representative Griffin moves interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Good effort, but the ayes have it. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 567FN, an act directing the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services to compile a report on the availability of mifepristone and misoprostol. Hope I got that close. Having considered the same report, the same with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jess Edwards from the majority of the committee. The minority of the... What was that? Yeah. So there's no yelling. I don't like being yelled at. If somebody has a legitimate point of order, which is when we are not following our own rules or procedures, then you can come down to the well and state your point of order when I'm done reading the bill in. Having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Laura Tversky from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move to lay House Bill 567 on the table, and I request a division vote.
Representative Weber moves to lay Senate Bill 567 on the table. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay Senate Bill 567 on the table. This is a division vote. Representative Simpson is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know another abortion debate would be helpful for us to be clear about what's at stake in New Hampshire because of the Supreme Court case on medication abortion, but that our day has already felt long, would I now press the green button to table this bill?
Members should be in their seats. Where are you going? Too little, too late. The motion is to lay Senate Bill 567 on the table. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 302 in the affirmative, 54 in the negatives, 567 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which is referred Senate Bill 591, F&A, an act modifying definitions, claims procedures, and funding relating to the Youth Development Center Settlement Fund and Claims Administration. Having considered the same report, the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment, Representative Dan McGuire for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass, Representative Mary Jane Wallner for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1911H, printed in House Record 20 on pages 97 to 98. Representative Ebel is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was brought forward after extensive negotiations and agreement between the Attorney General and attorneys representing hundreds of survivors of childhood abuse at the Youth Development Center. The bill makes numerous changes in claims, procedures, definitions, and scope of conduct covered under the administrative process. The bill was very carefully crafted by the Attorney General, the Fund Administrator, and Claimants Counsel. This amendment deletes from the legislation the ability of the State Treasurer, with the approval of the Joint Fiscal Committee and the Governor and Council, to issue bonds in order to meet the state's obligation if additional funds are needed. That is adequate assurance that the decision to bond would be well-founded. The amendment came to the committee at the executive session with no further input, and no one had really seen it before it came, and there was no consultation with the Attorney General about the effect of the deletion of the ability to bond and what effect it would have on the settlement fund and the carefully crafted negotiations with the Claimants Council. We really should not be hampering with the Attorney General or the state's ability to do its best in this unbelievably challenging situation. This amendment should not be approved by this body, especially in light of the Criminal Justice Committee's 20-0 recommendation of ought to pass on SB 591. The committee made no changes to the bill as it came from the other body. Please vote no on this amendment and let this incredibly important bill move quickly to the governor's desk as it should. Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
Representative Dan McGuire is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a 20-page bill that modifies the YDC Settlement Fund in various ways. We heard in committee that the total amount of the settlement that the state is going to be obligated to pay is roughly $750 million. $500 million of that to victims and $250 million to their attorneys. The bill itself has us pay this on the installment plan. We will be obligated to pay $75 million per year, essentially for the next decade. We have already allocated $100 million to the fund. Of that, $85 million have been spent, so that leaves $15 million for next year. This bill allocates another $60, so that's our $75 million to carry us through the end of this biennium, through next July, a year from July. The only dispute on this bill between the majority and the minority is over this amendment. This amendment removes one paragraph from the bill. That paragraph says that we may borrow our annual $75 million commitment. By paying victims in installments, we are already borrowing the bulk of this money and paying the victims 5% interest while we pay them off. To borrow further our annual installment is not the kind of financial shenanigans that should take place in Concord. That's something more suitable for Washington, D.C. Debt is great for capital projects, but it is not good for annual expenses such as this one. And specifically to the point of discussing this change with the Attorney General, I did, following our hearing, speak to the Assistant Attorney General who oversees the settlement fund in this particular case. And this will not upset the agreements that they have had with the other side. The main purpose of this bill is to encourage the claimants to use the settlement process, get us out of court as much as possible, and pay them off on a schedule that the state can afford. But to pile debt on top of debt is simply wrong. Let's pay our way as we go and remove further borrowing from this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question's on the adoption of Amendment 1911H. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1911H. Representative Leishman is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where shenanigans are coming from in the suggestions that we just heard, but this bill came to us from the Senate after careful consideration and consultation and support of the New Hampshire Attorney General. As you also heard, this bill passed out of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee by a vote of 20-0. And this last-minute amendment did not come to Division 1 or the...
Approach. Be ready to tell me what got violated.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think you violated anything. Is this supposed to be a PI?
It is supposed to be a PI.
I didn't hear, if I know, I didn't hear anything like that.
I'm sure Representative Leishman will be more diligent to that as he goes forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, again, if I know that this last-minute amendment did not come to Division 1 of the Full Finance Committee for review and consultation with the Attorney General, wouldn't I vote no, Mr. Speaker, so this bill could come back without this amendment and pass? Thank you.
Another point of order, I violate the rules every time there's a PI by not answering their questions. Representative Weiler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. By the way, well done, Representative Gardner. That was a proper point of order delivered with class.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that appropriations bills are sent to the Finance Committee because of our devotion to balancing the budget and fitting the demands to the supply, then would I now support the amendment because it supports the time-honored mechanisms where borrowing is mainly used for capital projects and continuing expenses are managed through cash flow. Please press the green button. Thank you.
The question's on the adoption of Amendment 1911H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 in the affirmative, 173 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Now we're on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 596FN, an act relative to the definition of disability or special needs under the Child Care Scholarship Program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jess Edwards for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mary Jane Wallner for the minority of the committee. The amendment, hold up. Got it. The committee amendment is 1933H, printed on House Record 20 on pages 98 to 99. Representative Wallner is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In contrast to the majority position on this bill and this amendment, it does not create a new program, but instead expands an existing initiative in the Child Care Scholarship Program to address the growing gap in access to child care that children with disabilities are facing. The Child Development Bureau at the Department of Health and Human Services already has rules governing this program, making the need for a study committee unnecessary. The committee heard testimony that this program is underutilized because formal diagnosis in very young children is difficult and lengthy. The minority recognizes the immediate need to ensure young children with disabilities have the same access to child care as their peers. Senate Bill 596 will allow for the use of developmental screening tools to identify the special needs of young children in child care. These screening tools will provide valuable information and resources to the child care provider as they care for and meet the needs of these young children. The Child Development Bureau, which is best equipped to choose screening tools and information about services provided to the children, will develop the rules around the expansion of the program. A study committee is not needed to do this work. There are existing federal funds available to support the expansion initiative, and please vote no on the majority amendment and move to forward this bill back to the Senate and forward with providing important care to our youngest children who have disabilities. Please push the red button.
Representative Edwards is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to advocate for the study committee, the amendment being 2024-1933H. The study committee is appropriate because the majority believes that the expansion of this program is being rushed. It was initially a late bill from the Senate. It got filed after normal hours. Then it went to our Education Committee. Out of committee, that was an 11-9 vote, so it wasn't an overwhelming vote there. And when it got to Division 3, we took testimony, and what we found out is that the reality of what this bill would do is different from what the advocates say it would do. The advocates are very much interested in getting the extra $100 a month per student, or not per student, per kid into the child care setting. And that's basically the purpose of this bill, is to get the extra $100 a month per kid into the child care setting. Now, how do they do that? Well, they untether the state from the current definitions of who's eligible and instead kick it over to say kids who are showing signs that in the future they may be developmentally disabled would now qualify. In order to make that determination, rather than relying on a definition, they're relying on an assessment test that has not been selected. There are numerous assessment tests that could be selected, but there's nothing in the criteria to say which assessment tool would be used. There's nothing in the legislation that says who ought to be qualified to conduct the assessment. Right now, it's left very generically to say, or any other licensed professional. That opens the door to a problem. The problem is that in a child care setting, you can have licensed individuals who are giving the assessment test with the idea that if the assessment test says one thing, they'll get an extra $100 a month. And in the corporate world, we have this thing called segregation of duties, where the people who are making the decisions about finances aren't the ones who are going to benefit from it. These kind of assessment tools should be independent of the beneficiary or the recipient of the $100. That's just common sense. Also, more common sense, an assessment tool like this ought to be conducted by a master's qualified individual. I don't know that the Education Committee considered that point, but it is important that an assessment like this be done properly by a professionally trained and qualified person at a master's level. Once the assessment is done properly, then that $100 will flow to the child care setting for additional fees. And there's nothing in the bill to say what we'll get for that $100. The proponents of the bill say, oh, all this great stuff will happen. We're going to hire more people. We're going to provide more training. But there's absolutely nothing in the bill that requires that. So we would be going on trust, and it's probably something that we ought to be more careful about, because there's no way to measure the success of this program other than, did we spend more money? Because there are no performance metrics set up in it. So for these reasons, this should go to a study committee so that we can do it right. For those of you who are worried about the timing of the money that would flow, the extra $100 a month, this would basically represent a 6-month delay in the funding starting. But if we take the time and that we do it right, the money will go take care of the kids, and also do it in a way in which the legislature can be assured that the extra money that's going in is going to actually come back with some kind of achievable, measurable output. The achievable, measurable output is completely missing from this bill. And therefore, I recommend you press green and send this to a study committee. Thank you.
The question's on the adoption of Amendment 1933H. Are you ready for the question? Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1933H. Representative Stringham is recognized for parliamentary inquiry. Let's find our seats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that children with disabilities face complex care needs and the need is growing for the disabled to locate child care services, and if I know a study committee is not necessary, as the program already exists, and this change is supported and vetted, and a reasonable differential payment for these special needs is specified, and items like which assessment instrument to use is not a critical issue. If I know expanding access to child care for those with special needs has a palpable financial benefit to the state because of our critical need for a broader workforce, and those that can find child care are more likely to work. If I know without this bill, workers who happen to be a parent to a disabled child will be much more likely to stay home. So would I vote no on the committee amendment to form a study committee which would delay arrival of federal money and delay access for this group of needy individuals, so that another OTP motion can be made? Thank you for considering it.
Representative Edwards is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that segregation of duties is the standard normal way in which wise businesses avoid fraud, waste, and abuse potential, and that the way this bill is set up, that possibility exists because the people that could do the assessment are the people that would receive money from the assessment, and that if I knew that there were no performance metrics to say what is going to be happening for the kid in exchange for the additional money, all we know that additional money will go into the child care system. If we know that there's nothing in there to assure performance or measurables, then would I go ahead and send this to a subcommittee or a study committee so that we can resolve these things and that we can confidently spend money in a wise way, in a way that's most likely to actually benefit kids and not child care facilities? Press, green.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1933H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Petternow. Representative Petternow. Thank you.
Have all members present have the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 in the affirmative, 182 in the negative. The amendment fails. The bill is still on second reading and open to yet further amendments. So Representative Luno moves floor amendment 2115H, which can be found in your seat pockets.
He's not offering.
You're not?
He's not offering.
Thank you.
Okay, so the question is now on ought to pass.
So the question now is on ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Somebody called for a division? All right, we'll do it. Should already be in your seats, but division. The question is on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 596. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cloutier. You did not vote.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 181 in the affirmative, 182 in the negative. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 596.
He moves what now?
ITO. You want to take the table? He's going to make a motion to table.
And for what reason does this member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to table Senate Bill 596.
Representative Wilhelm moves to table Senate Bill 596. Are you ready for the question? Yeah, let's do that. This will be a division vote. Members are ready, all in their seats. Find them. Division. The question is whether to lay Senate Bill 596 on the table. There's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had yet another opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 in the affirmative, 183 in the negative. Tabling fails. Now we're back to Representative Sweeney's motion of inexpedient to legislate. Somebody want to yell division? Because it's what. Yeah, thank you. Because that's what we're going to do. Everyone's already in their seats, so let's just do this. The motion is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 596. And this is a division vote. If you're in favor of that, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wolf. Representative Bushman. Representative Lovett.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 in the affirmative, 178 in the negative. The motion passes. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having voting on the prevailing side on Senate Bill 596, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote no.
Representative Sweeney moves reconsideration on Senate Bill 596. Are you ready for the question? Division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to reconsider Senate Bill 596. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Hopefully, the last we'll see of this. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 177 in the affirmative, 188 in the negative. Reconsideration fails. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 604 F&A, an act providing a death benefit for a New Hampshire hospital security officer killed in the line of duty. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Gerald Griffin for the committee. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Dan McGuire offers Amendment 1930H, printed in House Record 20 on page 100, and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is on the very last page of your calendar. Chief Haas was tragically killed last November while working as a security officer at New Hampshire Hospital. We already have a law which pays families of police officers, firefighters, and some others $100,000 when their loved one is killed in the line of duty. That law is flawed because the list of those who qualify does not include security officers like him. This amendment corrects that oversight and adds security officers to the list, while of course continuing to pay the benefit by name to the Chief Haas's family. If, God forbid, one of our own State House security officers was to be killed protecting us, wouldn't we want their family to get this benefit? Of course we would, right? And would we want their family to have to wait 8 months for a special bill to be written, passed, and signed into law? Of course not. When people lose a family breadwinner, their need is acute.
First member will suspend for a second. Really noisy, serious topic. Let's give it the respect it deserves and hear the member. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When people lose a family breadwinner, their need is acute. Let's pass this amendment and add security officer to the list of those who would benefit, and make sure that the families of those security officers will at least not have to deal with immediate financial needs on top of their grief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1930H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. We are now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 604. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
Committee on Fish and Game and Marine Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 503, an act relative to requiring a criminal background check when applying for a fish and game license. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative David Page for the committee. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Splain offers Amendment 1770H, printed in House Record 20, page 75, and is recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I once again rise to support a floor amendment that I hope you will all support with me. Again, we've passed this bill that the amendment covers 2 times through this body and put to the other side of the body. The last time it went to the other side of the body, we made changes here that they said were critical to them to pass it over there. We made sure that this would not apply to anyone under 18, and we passed it with more support than previously. We removed brass knuckles, blackjacks, and slingshots from criminalized weapons for a small portion of the state when we know that they're legal for anybody with a hunting and fishing license or who works in law enforcement or is an emergency EMS driver, and several other classifications where it's okay for you to carry them, but it's not okay for everyone else. We leveled the playing field for anyone that was over 18. But even though we made the changes that they requested, they still said they were going to interim study it, and they said no. So again, I'm telling you that this amendment is more than a single bill. It's a message to send to the other body. Again, I'm going to request that we do what we've done 2 times before and send this amendment back over for reconsideration on the other side, because it makes sense. It follows our Second Amendment. It allows for people to carry self-defense objects that are no different than what we've already declassified, in fact, less harmful than firearms, knives of any length, swords, tasers, pepper spray. All that's legal for anyone over 18, but we're going to tell them that they can't carry something like this. So we've made the changes they requested. We're limiting it to only those that are over 18, and I'm going to ask you to please help me support this amendment and send it back over there again. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, carrying or possessing these weapons with the intent to sell them is a misdemeanor in New Hampshire, and with very good reason. These are weapons used by aggressors to intimidate, terrorize, and to brutally attack their victims. The injuries caused by these weapons can be devastating. In addition to inflicting concussions and potential brain damage, these weapons can fracture skulls, break bones, destroy teeth, and cause wounds that require dozens of stitches and plastic surgery to fix, if a doctor in fact can fix them at all. The bottom line is that if we remove the current prohibition, we might be making a few more of these weapons available to so-called average citizens. But we'd also be making these weapons more attractive and more available to street criminals and thugs who can and will use them to intimidate, coerce, and to assault their victims, as well as to injure police officers in the performance of their duties. At a time when many of us claim to be working hard to come up with ways to enhance the safety of our communities, the one thing we should not do is pass a needless amendment opposed by the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Association that would instantly make our communities, our schools, our bars, and our public gathering places measurably less safe. Mr. Speaker, please join me in pushing the red button to defeat this unneeded amendment. Thank you.
Does a member yield to questions? Does a member yield to questions? Do you yield to questions? Member does not yield. The motion before us now is Amendment 1770H. Division has been requested. Members, who requested the roll call? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is Amendment 17708H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Members need to be in your seats.
Representative Comtois. Representative King.
If all members present have the opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 181 voting nay. Amendment is adopted. Representative McWilliams, office floor, Amendment 1905H, printed in House Record 20, pages 75 through 76. And the chair recognizes Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bipartisan amendment adds House Bill 1400, which you may recall was the one residential unit, one parking space bill, to Senate Bill 503. This body has already passed the same language in House Bill 1400 on our consent calendar by unanimous voice vote. Unfortunately, the body on the other side has added several unrelated, non-germane amendments that may jeopardize that bill. I ask for your vote in support of adding this parking amendment to Senate Bill 503 to let the body on the other side of the wall know that our House supports fixing parking issues still in order to build more housing across the Granite State. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
The motion before us is Amendment 1905H. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1905H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this body has already passed the language in this amendment in House Bill 1400, and if I know that this is a good bill that addresses parking issues in the state in order for us to build more housing across the Granite State in the midst of a housing emergency, would I then press the green button, yes, to support this amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 1905H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 262 voting yea, 104 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Now we're on order pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which Majority Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 402, an act relative to allowing pharmacists to administer influenza, COVID-19, and other FDA licensed vaccines without explicit approval from the General Court. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Gary Merchant for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Erica Leon for the minority of the committee. Committee amendment is 1810H. Printed in House Record 20, pages 55 through 56. Are you ready for the question on Amendment 1810H? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to floor of the amendment. Representative Leon offers Amendment 2067H and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were several very important bills that this body passed. They were around record keeping in child care centers and vaccinations. When we considered this in our body, we looked at all the data, all the information, and we looked into the validity of the statements made in committee. Unfortunately, the other body heard from some people who had a particular interest and decided that the bill should not move forward. Therefore, we have added House Bill 1231 in this amendment in order to send it back so that we can reduce the burden on our child care centers. This amendment also takes House Bill 1194, which is relative to the definition of non-communicable disease. As we are looking at these vaccinations and looking at more of this process, we need to talk about whether or not vaccines for anything that is not actually communicable person to person should be within the definition. When you're talking about something that doesn't spread person to person, there is no public health benefit. This body already stated it that way. However, when there was a discussion in the other body, there was conflicting information presented. There had been some testimony on one of these bills where somebody from the government made one statement and then they provided data that was different in committee. This needs further attention, so it's very important that we attach this and
I ask for your support. There are 3 important bills. I think it's worthwhile and it should resolve any objections to the underlying bill should we pass this floor amendment. So I ask that you vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, up until the last few bills, we were doing a really good job of not attaching different bills to the important policies that are under discussion. And if you believe, as I do, that having a clean vote on a clean bill is a much better way to pass laws than playing the same games that the other place is likely to play, I hope you will reconsider these bills. In addition, these are not like some of the bills that we've adopted where everybody was in agreement. There's considerable reason not to adopt, first, the change in definition of a non-communicable disease, because it removes infectious diseases other than tetanus if they're not transmitted person to person. And we all know that there are infectious diseases in addition to tetanus which can be transmitted not person to person, but through a vector like a tick or a vector like a mosquito, and that those diseases are moving closer to us all the time. So this is not an advisable step to take. The second one removes the requirement of immunization records at child care agencies, which means that parents will be unable to get the aggregated data that enable each parent to choose what child care agency they want their kid to be at in accordance with their preferences for their family. So it removes parental choice. And the final issue is the data sharing provision, which again is another bill that expends $107,000 for personnel and $80,000 for system upgrades that we could be using for other things. So with all of that, I hope you will let us pass a clean bill with the amendment that we adopted that makes the bill much better, and go on to hear about that amendment, because the administration of RSV vaccines to small children is really important, and the amendment that we just passed narrowed the bill down to just that. So kindly vote against the amendment by pressing the red button.
The motion before us is floor amendment 2067H. And a division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is floor amendment 2067. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this floor amendment would add House Bill 1213 relative to the immunization requirements for child care agencies, House Bill 1194 relative to the definition of non-communicable disease, and House Bill 1669 relative to the redistricting data sharing through the state immunization registry, to a bill that simply allows a little bit more flexibility in which vaccines pharmacists are able to administer, and not to the RSV bill, which we will be hearing later. If I knew that, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button so that we can make sure that the more important policy issues continue forward on this bill, which is just a minor change to pharmacy laws? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you believe as I do that we should be letting the policy in this bill stand by itself, because we know that the other considerations have all been rejected by the other body, would I vote no so we can send them a bill with the appropriate amendment which you have all just approved? Thank you.
The motion before us is floor amendment 2067. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Majuri and Gilman.
Will all members present have an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 177 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The amendment fails. We're now on to order pass as amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Alicia Lekas.
I had Lyme disease for over 20 years. I couldn't speak, read, do math. I couldn't tolerate light or sound. Eventually, I couldn't even get out of bed to use the bathroom without my husband carrying me. I almost died. The CDC had convened a committee to study Lyme and make a recommendation for its treatment. The disease was studied by many doctors, but the report was written by only 2. These 2 stated that 2 weeks of antibiotics was all that was needed and Lyme was cured. In spite of the objections of the other doctors on the committee, who said this didn't take into consideration the people with chronic Lyme, the report was released, the recommendation was made, and doctors who treated Lyme patients for more than 2 weeks with antibiotics lost their licenses for not following CDC recommendations. Doctors were afraid. Many stopped treating Lyme patients. Others went underground. I had been treated with antibiotics for 2 weeks many times. Didn't cure my Lyme. It made me feel a little better for a little while, but I slowly got worse and worse. And I finally found a naturopath who wasn't under the thumb of the CDC and wasn't worried about losing her license. It took 3 years of antibiotic and herbal cocktails, but I was finally cured of Lyme. 3 years is considerably longer than the CDC recommendation of 2 weeks. The CDC has shown that they are not trustworthy. Many of you in this room or your friends and family have had to deal with Lyme. You know the struggles to get appropriate treatment. Why would you pass this bill to further trust the CDC? We shouldn't be trusting them to do our job. There are 424 of us. Between us, we have a wide variety of experiences, knowledge, expertise, and wisdom. In addition, we know many experts in many fields, including virology and immunology, whom we can call upon for advice. Do not discount our ability to make the proper decision when it comes to vaccines. Please vote ITL on this dangerous legislation. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Christine Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I was a nurse for 42 years. I gave lots of injections, hundreds of injections. I worked intensive care, but I learned from day one, if you gave an intramuscular injection, you gave it a certain way for a very specific reason. I rise in opposition to 402. There is a battle for our hearts, and the CDC is winning it. But it shouldn't. Search the internet for the CDC Pink Book. It is on the CDC website. It is their official recommendations regarding all vaccinations. For decades, intramuscular injections were done with an aspiration and slowly to make sure that inflammation is contained in the tissue and does not go into the bloodstream and into the heart. In other words, you put the needle back, you pulled back a little to make sure that you weren't in a blood vessel, and if you were not, then you injected it so that that med or that vaccine did not go directly into your blood and to your heart. In or around 2021, the CDC reversed 180 degrees. Chapter 6 now says, inject vaccines rapidly without aspiration. CDC openly states that they base that on a single study and only checked for immediate events. So therefore, we can put this needle in and it can go right into your bloodstream. No long-term control, no questions about myocarditis. No concerns about all kids and young kids that are suddenly getting myocarditis. And blood-related diseases. Zero concerns for died suddenly. We should not release the general court's authority to irresponsible agencies like the CDC and the FDA. If anything, we should double-check everything they recommend. Please vote against this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and fellow colleagues, I come before you to ask for your support in SB 402, a bill as amended that removes the barriers to patient choice, reduces healthcare costs, while increasing patient access to vaccines. Pharmacists have extensive training and experience, making them well qualified and equipped to handle vaccinations, provide patient education, addressing vaccine hesitancy and misinformation. Pharmacists have safely, repeat, safely, provided thousands of vaccines to patients over many years. Pharmacists are available in community settings as community pharmacies, which have longer hours and are more accessible than traditional healthcare settings like clinics and doctors' offices. Pharmacies are widespread, including rural and underserved areas where access to healthcare providers may be limited. Offering vaccines in pharmacies reduces logistical and financial barriers for patients, such as the need to make an appointment or take time off from work. Pharmacists can quickly integrate vaccination services into routine care during a medication pickup. By allowing pharmacists to have greater access, providing vaccines that other healthcare providers can do. It allows them to focus their attention on more complex medical care. For these reasons, I ask that you support the committee amendment 1810 along with the recommendation by the committee, a strong bipartisan vote, 14-6, ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats.
Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 402. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Merchants for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know pharmacists graduate today with their doctorates, and if I know pharmacists have safely administered thousands of vaccines over many years, and if I know SB 402 allows patients greater access and choice of providers who may provide a vaccine licensed by the FDA and recommended by the CDC, and if I know that SB 402 saves patients time and money, since pharmacist-administered vaccines are typically less expensive and often more convenient than a trip to a doctor, and if I know SB 402 removes barriers for pharmacists to provide vaccines allowed to be administered by other healthcare providers, creating more competition and patient choice in the market, would I now push the green button to pass the amendment as recommendation to ought to pass as amended, and I ask for a division vote again.
Motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 402. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Munns. Representative Jones.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 231 voting yea, 135 voting nay. Committee report is. Majority in the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 419 FN, an act relative to the annual data report on the therapeutic use of cannabis program. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Verica Leon from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, Having considered the same, being able to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lucy Weber for the minority of the committee. Majority amendment is 1892H, printed in House Record 20, pages 62 to 66. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Be a division on the amendment. The motion before us is the Majority Committee Amendment 1892H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Represent Bodwin. Representative Searway. Representative Portillo. Representative Toll. Representative Spear.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 236 voting yea, 122 voting nay. Committee amendment is the majority amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Majority of Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 461, an act requiring health care providers to report certain information about abortions performed to their medical facility and requiring those medical facilities to report the information to the Department of Health and Human Services. Having considered the same, report the same, the following resolution resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lucy Weber, the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Mark McLean for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, SB 461 requires that healthcare providers provide certain health information about abortion performed at their facilities to the Department of Health and Human Services for statistical purposes. I'm here to oppose the committee recommendation of ITL and speak on behalf of the minority amendment. While the issue of abortion is undoubtedly a divisive one, one thing that all sides on the issue agree on is that there's a great benefit in understanding the drivers towards unwanted pregnancy and assessing trends in clinical practice. And that's why 47 of 50 states, including pro-choice states like New York and California, provide data to the CDC. Data which is aggressively analyzed by entities such as the Pew Research Center and the Pro-Choice Guttmacher Institute to better understand the abortion framework. Now, New Hampshire is one of only 3 states that does not provide information, and as a result, we know very little about abortion practice here in this state. And the concern why that is that New Hampshire has always been, there's always been a concern that abortion data might be traced back to a patient or provider and used as a weapon against them. And nobody in this chamber wants that. And it's for that reason that when SB 461 first came over from the body across the wall, it was basically dead on arrival. Both the clinics and privacy advocates alike were all concerned about the consequences of the data potentially being deaggregated. To address those concerns, though, the minority amendment explicitly prohibits the facility performing the abortion.
Representative, the minority amendment isn't before us, so
okay.
Contain yourself to the bill itself.
So the bill itself, there were privacy concerns with the bill, but if we were to, how can I say this? If we pass on the ought to pass, there is a minority amendment that would address the privacy concerns and give some explicit rights to basically opt out. And I do think that we should have an opportunity to hear what is being expressed in that minority position. And so I hope that you will push the red button and oppose the ITL motion to give me an opportunity to speak to that minority amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to defend the 13-7 vote in committee for inexpedient to legislate for this bill. So why am I standing here opposing a bill of which I was a sponsor? Well, strange things happen in the place that we may not mention. And this bill, which was a very different bill at birth, is now completely opposite to its original intention. The bill as it came to us from the Senate has significant issues with privacy in contravention of our Constitution as recently amended, and I will not sit here and read you the amendment because you all know it and supported it. Our committee was visited by the honorable former member from Ware, who expressed his deepest concerns. As came to us, it says specifically that there's no requirement of disclosing personal identification to the Department of Health and Human Services, but there was no prohibition at all about disclosing personally identifiable information, so it could happen. And as we all know, even in the aggregate, data can be de-identified especially when we're looking at a state that has very small local health centers. Disclosing a state of residence, which is required in the bill of a pregnant person, puts that patient at risk, if it's an out-of-state patient, of prosecution under other states' laws in their home states. Requiring, as the bill does, an exact gestational age is problematical, as that's usually determined by an ultrasound, which is not a necessary procedure and which is an invasive procedure, and yet another impingement on the privacy of the individual. Broad discretion is given to the commissioner as to what data is aggregated and released and how it's aggregated and released. The bottom line is that the bill has great risks to privacy. And as we fix the privacy concerns, increasingly the data that is collected is of no use whatsoever for public policy creation because it's simply too randomized. DHHS estimated that it would cost about $1 million to enact and effect an effective data collection system, which is supposed to be done immediately. Finally, I note that in our committee, only one person testified in favor of this bill, and to bring us full circle, none of the persons on the other side of the wall came to talk to us at all. This body voted down a similar bill last year, 205 to 177. I urge you to do it again by pressing the green button to support ITL. Thank you.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 461. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? No, it is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. House will be in order. Motion before us, a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 461. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative McLean for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that 47 of 50 states, including pro-choice states like New York and California, gather and report anonymous abortion data in order to surveil and assess trends in clinical practice, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that if we defeat this motion, I worked with that former representative from Weir on an amendment which addresses all of these privacy concerns, including having a nuclear option to allow any patient to adopt out of having the statistics gathered, would I then press the red button to defeat the ITL motion so that the amendment might be brought forward and discussed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill contains many privacy concerns, if I know that as you fix privacy concerns, the value of the data that you collect becomes less and less useful for public health policy purposes. And finally, if I want to discourage the practice which this House has thankfully departed from in recent years, but that another place may have used, which takes a bill, turns it 180 degrees from what it was intended, leaving the names of all the sponsors on it, and encourage them to simply file the bills they want in their own names and not play games, would I press the green button for ITL?
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ITL inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 461. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 201 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 505, an act relative to prohibition on the sale of hemp products containing certain levels of THC. Considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Lucy. Representative Lucy Weber for the committee. Representative McLean offers floor amendment. Bills on second reading, open further amendment. Representative McLean offers floor amendment 2078H. It's in your seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative McLean to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to offer floor amendment 2078H to SB 505. The Farm Bill of 2018 unintentionally created a loophole that legalized the sale of psychoactive THC isomer products like Delta 8 and Delta 9 THC. And there isn't much of a market for these products in states where marijuana has been legalized, but in states like New Hampshire, they found a booming market. And the problem is that these products are completely unregulated. Acidic residue from the solvent extraction process often remains behind for consumption, and there are few, if any, toxicology reports that have been done with any scientific rigor. So in 2021 to 2022, there are over 2,000 reports to poison control related to these products, and are often marketed to children as candy. Bottom line, this is bad stuff. This is not the homegrown or regulated cannabis that we've been talking about in our discussions about cannabis legislation. Matt Simon of Granite State Cannabis, who, as we know, has been a long-time advocate for cannabis legalization, he testified as to the dangers of these products. So last October, a ban on these products went into effect, which is going to expire this coming October. Now, the unamended bill is going to make that ban permanent. And while most of the folks on the HHS committee agreed that we don't want to see these products being marketed to kids, a significant portion of the committee also, looking at the history of how permanent prohibitions work, they felt that that might be a bit problematic. So what this floor amendment does, this floor amendment takes a middle road and extends the prohibition by 3 years until October of 2027. So what can we do with that 3 years? With the discussions about the cannabis legalization still in flux, that additional 3 years might see the legalization of cannabis and the subsequent drying up of the isomer market. In lieu of that, it might also see the development of a regulatory framework that could lead to a safer product for adult use. So I think that the floor amendment strikes a good balance, a solid compromise that most people can get behind. It's not a permanent prohibition, but it gives us some room to breathe, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I agree with absolutely everything my colleague just said. He gave you a very, very careful and thorough discussion of the problem. Here's the thing. A year ago, we passed a bill that prohibited the sale of these products, and as you've heard, that will sunset in October. We don't know what's going to happen with all the other bills. I absolutely agree with my colleagues that what we ought to do is, when one of the other policies that we have passed in this body passes, it will take care of the whole problem. But in the meantime, it seems something of a waste of our time and energy knowing that these products and agreeing that these products are problematical for us to continue to put sunsets that may or may not have to be extended. Let's not vote for this amendment so that the ban can be permanent until whatever future legislature decides to take whatever action they want to take based on current circumstances at that time. So I ask you to press the red button to defeat the floor amendment so that we can go on to a motion of ought to pass. Thank you.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2078H. This is a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2078H. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative McLean for parliamentary inquiries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current ban on THC isomer products will expire in October of this year unless it is extended, but if I know that permanent prohibitions have often been shown to be problematic, and that the wider discussion about cannabis legalization is still ongoing, would I now support Floor Amendment 2078H to to extend the prohibition on these products for 3 years until a final direction becomes clearer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we're in agreement about the problem, we're just a little off on the solution, would I vote? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm anticipating the end before I get there. I'm sorry, and my apologies to all of you. It's been a long day. If I know that we agree on the solution, but not how long the solution should last for, and if I'm in favor of permanent solutions, would I now support the 15-5 recommendation of the committee by defeating the floor amendment so we could go back to the committee's recommendation? Thank you.
Motion before us is floor amendment 2078H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 172 voting nay, 190 voting nay. Amendment fails. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Proud offers floor amendment 2143H. Is recognized to speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This floor amendment would add the House version of HB 1633 to Senate Bill 505. House Bill 1633 is the bill to legalize recreational sales of cannabis that passed this body last month. When you hear talk about cannabis, it's usually referring to products with enough delta-9 THC to be intoxicating. However, there's other variants of THC that also have an intoxicating effect, such as delta-8 THC, which is the subject of the underlying bill. As both this amendment and the underlying bill are about the legal status of cannabis, it makes sense to combine them for a holistic discussion on the availability of legal cannabis in New Hampshire. Delta-8 THC is interesting another way. It is federally legal, as the previous speaker mentioned, and was being sold in New Hampshire until House Bill 611 was enacted last year. It was federally legalized as part of the bill that permitted industrial hemp. My wife recently went to Jazz Fest in New Orleans without me, and she tells me that it was commercially for sale everywhere. This is despite Louisiana not having legalized recreational cannabis. However, this floor amendment and the underlying bill are more related than just that. SB 505 repeals the one-year sunset clause on the New Hampshire Delta-8 THC prohibition. This clause was included in House Bill 611 last year because House Bill 611 last year was the commission to figure out how to legalize cannabis, and it was expected that the final legalization strategy would cover both variants of THC. Myself and others did not speak out against House Bill 611 last year because this was reasonable. Take a one-year pause while we make a holistic plan that addresses the legal sale of both variants. This floor amendment gets us back to that plan to address both variants together. As we all know, the Commission failed to produce a plan, and the fate of the actual House Bill 1633, which is in the hands of the body on the other side of the wall, is uncertain. But by passing this floor amendment, this body can stand firm on its position from a year ago that we need a comprehensive plan to address the legalization of cannabis and reject the underlying bill's notion of dealing with these variants of THC piecemeal. I urge you to press the green button and adopt this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I certainly voted for the bill that is the subject of the amendment under consideration, I simply implore you to let this bill be a small bill to address a small issue, but an important issue, and not to get that issue involved in a back and forth with the other body, which has unfortunately taken a stance which is in opposition to our much better stance. So I would urge you to press the red button so that we can send a clean bill back to the other side and defeat the amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2143H. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 2143H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 278 voting nay, 87 voting yea. The amendment fails. We're back to the original motion of ought to pass. Representative Granger has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Just a reminder to the members, you can't second your own request, so for future notice. The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 5505. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you know that our committee carefully worked through the fact that what this bill does is repeal of a prohibition, repeal the sunset of a prohibition. And we don't want to have to work our way through that again. And any comprehensive bill can address this at any time in the future. Would I now press the green button to support the 15-5 vote of the committee? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 505. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay the vote. 242 voting yea, 124 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 559FN, Act relative to New Hampshire Vaccine Association. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation of the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Gary Merchant for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mark McLean for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 1831H, printed in House Record 20, pages 96 through 97. Are you ready for the question on? Are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Representative Phillips offers floor amendment. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Phillips offers floor amendment 2070H. Is recognized to speak to her amendment.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good evening, afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vaccine hesitancy is on the rise as many don't trust the CDC, FDA, but people still believe in science. This amendment enables public reassurance through transparency. Simply put, prior to any authorization of a vaccine by the commissioner, this amendment will ask that they verify the available scientific data supports vaccines' claims for safety and efficacy, and post a publicly available report on the findings of their review prior to the commissioner's authorization. And lastly, it requires that the Vaccine Association video record all their meetings in their entirety and make those recordings available to the public. That is not being done right now. And I ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we have, let me back up. The problems with the amendment as written is that prior to authorization, the DHHS has to review all available summaries, verify all available scientific data for safety and efficiency, post a report. The Vaccine Association must record all their meetings and make them available to the public. There's no provision for extra work for the DHHS staff, and there's ample time and reason, because the language of the bill is so unclear, for people to challenge whether the department has done enough or have they reviewed everything and they must review other things. The bill is very simple, and it now applies to only one vaccine, the RSV vaccine. Children, mostly older children and adults, it's just a cold. But for infants, RSV results in hospitalization, and it can be really terrifying for both the parents and the child. The bill only authorizes that one vaccine, and we've heard that that vaccine has been tested as being highly effective, 90%, against RSV associated with hospitalization in infants entering their first RSV season. Is it perfect? It is not. Do you have to give it to your child? You do not. But because we are only talking about one specific type of inoculation, there is no need for all of these reviews and studies and other things. I hope you will vote this amendment down so we can proceed to the underlying bill. Thank you.
Representative Phillips has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the amendment. The motion before us is the floor amendment 2070H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Langlon for a parliamentary inquiry. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the New Hampshire Vaccine Association is already able to pay for vaccines, and if I know that the RSV vaccine is not actually a vaccine, which is why this bill is needed, and if I further know that because of the lack of information around this floor amendment provides necessary clarity so that people can begin to have greater trust in the system, would I then support this floor amendment so we can better understand what we are putting into our bodies and have an informed choice? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if I know that the kind of review that is requested here has already been done, and we know that this vaccine is effective in many, many, many cases, and I know that it's still a matter of choice, but I know that we simply need to progress to the underlying bill to make a vaccine available more cheaply for the taxpayers and the insurance payers of the state. Would I now press red to defeat the amendment so we can go on to the underlying bill?
Motion before us is the floor amendment 2070H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reynolds. Representative Bayou. That's it.
All members present have an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The amendment fails. We're now back to ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a leading cause of severe lower respiratory tract disease in young children, with approximately 1% to 3% of the children under 12 months of age in the United States being hospitalized each year due to RSV. The bill before us under Roman numeral 9A asks us to make accessible a brand new RSV biological product that is approved by the FDA and recommended by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices from the CDC. The bill asks for the administration of the RSV biological product to children of the state of New Hampshire under the age of 19 years for the purposes of protecting against RSV. So I have a little objection to that. This bill does not align with the approval of the FDA or the recommendation of the CDC's Advisory Committee. Well, what did the FDA approve and what did the CDC recommend? So the CDC publishes a report, if I can get there, on a weekly basis, and the report from August 25th, 2023 states, in July 2023, the FDA approved nirsevimab, a long-acting monoclonal antibody for the prevention of RSV-associated lower respiratory tract infection among infants and children aged less than 24 months. This was approved under the FDA's Fast Track program, which means there is much more limited data on this than normal approvals. On August 3rd, the CDC Advisory Committee recommended nirsevimab for infants aged less than 8 months who are born during or entering their first RSV season, and for infants and children aged 8 to 19 months who are at increased risk for severe RSV disease and are entering their second RSV season. So what are my issues with this bill? One, the bill is adding legislation where there is already sufficient access, and two, the bill is expanding access where it isn't needed. First, all infants already have access to an RSV immunization or treatment, properly treatment since it's not a vaccine, through Medicaid insurance and the Federal Vaccines for Children program, which is referenced in the existing legislation. Nirsevimab was already on New Hampshire's DHHS Health Alert back in August 2023 for infants up to 19 months. Second, the product is not on the CDC's child and adolescent immunization schedule after 19 months. The risk of RSV is for children under 24 months, not children and adolescents up to 19 years of age. So there are no clinical studies that would support safety and efficacy in the adolescent population between ages 2 and 19 years. Now, there's one more concern. This product was fast-tracked through the FDA process, and it lacks the full efficacy data we might see from normal clinical studies. So why is this non-vaccine product now being fast-tracked through legislation with overly broad language? I am concerned that the language in the bill before, specifically 9A, implies an immunization schedule beyond the federal CDC schedule of up to 19 months. And it expands the common understanding of vaccine immunization to other types of treatments with non-vaccine products that do not have the full safety and efficacy studies that other drug products and biologic products have. So I would vote no on SB 599. Let the doctors administer the biological product to the demographics which with the product is already approved, and let's not add language to the RSA that isn't necessary or supported by sufficient efficacy data. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the previous speaker stole a lot of my thunder, so I'm going to basically kind of try to pare it down a bit. Basically, SB 559 defines biological products for the purpose of assessment determination by the New Hampshire Vaccine Association. So essentially, it's allowing the association to procure and distribute an entirely new class of immunizations, including, as you heard, the monoclonal antibody products, such as the RSV vaccine. One of the things we talked about and the majority of the committee recognized is that there is, unfortunately, a widespread mistrust of vaccines that has grown up, that came out of the COVID crisis. And they therefore felt at this time that the scope of the bill as originally written was far too broad and went further than many folks in New Hampshire would be ready to accept. And so with that in mind, the amendment that we just passed, the committee amendment, is a huge improvement because it really narrows that scope down to just look at the very, very promising RSV vaccine. However, the minority of the committee also felt that it would be prudent to take a pause before we go forward. And the reason for that, and was touched on a little bit, is that the committee heard testimony that the efficacy data is still rather limited and is still being gathered, but they also heard that the federal immunity language around immunizations has not yet been expanded to include these new biological immunization projects. So the good news is, we heard some subsequent testimony that said the federal government is in the process of updating that language to include these products, but that work is not yet complete. It's still in the process. So, in spite of that, given the potential for the RSV vaccine to present hospitalization in infants, which we heard about, a quick risk-benefit analysis might lead a reasonable person maybe to put these concerns aside in favor of some of the promise that the vaccine offers. However, the fact is, as was mentioned, the RSV vaccine is already readily available to anybody who wants it, with or without this bill. If you go home tonight and you turn on your television set, you're probably going to see a commercial for the RSV vaccine right next to a commercial for the shingles vaccine. In fact, if you want to immunize your infant, it's already covered by private insurance, and if your family of limited means, it's covered by Medicaid or, as mentioned, the federal VFC funding. So, given the ready availability of the RSV vaccine to any who want it, the minority of the committee felt that it would be prudent to wait for the efficacy data and the updated federal language before opening up the door to procurement to the Vaccine Association. So I hope that you'll support the minority of the committee in defeating the OTPA motion so that we can go forward with an ITL. Bottom line is, we've got the time to do this right. It's a readily available product already. It's important that we begin the process of rebuilding public trust in this very important public health tool. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and fellow colleagues, I come before you to ask for your support of SB 559, a simple bill as amended. It adds one vaccine to the state universal vaccine program. The original bill started out with a class of drugs called biologics. The amendment reduced it to one vaccine, which was supported by the committee. House Senate Bill 559 provides a simple technical fix to RSA 126Q that will enable the New Hampshire Vaccine Association to receive fees from payers for an already approved FDA vaccine that will prevent undue suffering to infants, young children, and their families. Each year, RSV causes over 50,000 hospitalizations with 100 to 300 deaths in children under the age of 5. It's a lot of children. Approximately 75% of the infants who were hospitalized with RSV were born healthy and at term with no underlying medical conditions. 68% of parents say RSV hospitalization of their child affects their mental health. Parents describe the hospitalization as a financial burden to their families. SB 559 is supported by providers and insurance carriers. Passing SB 559 will allow providers to offer the same immunizations to all parents regardless of their insurance or lack of insurance. It provides equality. As a government entity, the state may utilize federal contracts that significantly reduce the cost of the vaccine from $500 to $400, a significant savings that can be helped to reduce insurance premiums at no cost to the state. At no cost to the state. For these reasons, I ask that you support the committee recommendation that simply adds one vaccine, and support it by pushing the green button. At the same time, I'd ask for a division vote.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 559. It's a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative McLean for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the committee amendment makes the underlying bill much better by narrowing the scope of the original bill down to just the RSV vaccine, but if I know also that the efficacy data and the updated federal immunity language are still pending, and if I know that even without this bill, access to the RSV vaccine is widespread, covered by private insurance, Medicaid, and the federal Vaccine for Children program, would I now press the red button so that we can take a brief pause and introduce this very important immunization in a way that rebuilds essential trust with the people of New Hampshire? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Merchants for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know SB 559 does not mandate, repeat, does not mandate the use of any vaccine, including the RSV vaccine, and if I know that hospitalization of infants with RSV can create mental health and financial burdens to many families, and if I know the cost of the vaccine can be significantly reduced using federal contracts, and if I know providers and insurance carriers support the bill, and if I know RSV is an effective FDA-approved vaccine, would I now push the green button to pass SB 559 as amended? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of order pass as amended on Senate Bill 559. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 192 voting aye, 171 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which is referred Senate Bill 330FN, relative to allowing the ability to work from home to count towards unemployment benefits eligibility. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. This is Brian Sullivan from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. The amendment is out of order pursuant to House Rule 66. So the motion before us is ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Resources, Recreation, Development, to which was referred Senate Bill 431, Act relative to wake surfing. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Susan Vale from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Robert Hart for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1598H, printed in House Record 20, page 66. The chair recognizes Representative Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the committee amendment for at least 5 reasons. First, the committee amendment proposes the same setback that was previously in this House that was tabled. Second, the proposed setback restriction is unsafe for boaters. It pushes these water sports into more congested areas for recreation that will create dangerous and unsafe conditions. Number 3, the amendment further limits public use and access to public waters. Number 4, this bill, as amended, will not likely pass the other body. Number 5, this bill offers less education than the prime bill. So I ask you to please oppose this amendment by pushing the red button. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for members of the House. I know it's late, and I appreciate you being here to vote on what is very important to me. I rise before you today in support of the committee amendment 1598H to Senate Bill 431. Our lakes are one of our state's most precious natural resources, and it is incumbent on us to protect them for ourselves and future generations. We should not let one group prevent anyone else from having full enjoyment of our lakes. I commend the authors of Senate Bill 431. They've proposed minor regulations on wake surfing, ban wake surfing on bodies of water smaller than 50 acres, and directed the Department of Safety to promote best practices. Ultimately, the bill increased the distance from shore that wake surfing is allowed to a mere 200 feet, only 50 feet more than exists today. This amendment that you're going to vote on will increase the setback to 300 feet and ensure that there is adequate depth and deep water to prevent deterioration of the lake. We must prevent the churning of the bottom that the powerful downdraft thrust of a wakeboard does in shallow water. Disturbing the lake bottom has been shown to contribute to cyanobacteria blooms.
The member will suspend for a minute. It's getting awful noisy in here. The member has a right to be heard. If you have to have a conversation, take it out in the back room. Member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those that are paying attention to me. There were 69 warnings of cyanobacteria last year alone, and in the first 3 months of this year, since the ice went out, there have been 4 already. Churning up the bottom also disturbs fish beds. Having a distance for surfing set at 300 feet will allow the powerful waves created by wake boats to dissipate before they wreck a dock. It will lessen the erosion that is created by the waves that these boats generate. And these dissipated waves are less likely to overturn a paddle boat or a kayak. There will be less impact on loon nests and other protected species. We cannot do anything about wind or natural storms, but we can lessen the impact of these waves without hindering the enjoyment of the sport. We can be proactive without banning an enjoyment. A 300-foot setback will support a variety of water activities without the fear of large waves. Non-motorized users of our lakes will also find the enlarged area less intimidating and more enjoyable. Paddling, kayaking, windsurfing, and swimming are just some of the recreational opportunities that will be enhanced with a 300-foot setback. This setback already exists for passenger jet skis at 300 feet and would be consistent for Marine Patrol to enforce. I want our lakes to be as clear and pure as they are today for my children and grandchildren and yours. If we do nothing, time will spoil what we so love. The water will not be ruined today or tomorrow, but each day that goes by without intervention and protection will hasten the deaths of our lakes. And many of you do not know this, but I'm a manager of a 65 slip marina that sells over 20,000 gallons of gas a year. I do not want to ban any type of boating. I love it when one of those jet skis comes up and gets 70 gallons pumped into their boat. I make a living from the lake, and just like the marine trades, we want it to exist. Having a 300-foot setback does not ban wake surfing or prevent anybody from using or selling a wakeboard, but it's a reasonable compromise that will help ensure the future health of our lakes that provide me and many others with a living. It's time to look forward, to support, to protect, and enhance our greatest natural asset, our lakes. We can make a difference, and we must do it now. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is Amendment 1598H. The House will be in order. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Anzulo for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a 300-foot setback in the committee amendment was already tabled in this House and is of concern to the boating and tourism industry, and if I know that voting down the committee amendment will bring us back to the bipartisan bill that actually has a chance of passing and doing some good for our waterways. Then, would I now push the red button and vote against the poison pill committee amendments so we can find a win-win on this issue? It is not a sin to take a win. Hit the red.
Chair recognizes Representative Lamontagne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment is not a ban, but creates a reasonable buffer zone, and that huge areas of nearly every New Hampshire lake would still be open to wake surfing and certainly not overcrowded, and if I knew that the 300-foot setback represents a meaningful bipartisan compromise between wake surfing, other forms of recreation, and the health of the lake, and that unamended, this bill shows no compromise at all among all these interests. And if I knew that if we do nothing to mitigate the damage of wake surfing, we will end up destroying our beautiful natural resources with more cyanobacteria blooms, depleted fish habitat, and a dying population of loons. And if I knew we received overwhelming emails from New Hampshire residents imploring us to amend this bill to 300 feet, and if I knew that creating ocean waves in small New Hampshire lakes is very damaging to their ecosystems, and we must do something to protect them, would I now press the green button to pass this committee amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is Amendment 1598H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Perez. Representative Jones.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to say the vote. 193 voting yea, 164 voting nay. Committee members is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Harb. Representative Harb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in opposition to ought to pass as amended. The bill as amended creates, as you were told, another 500 feet from the original bill for the setback. That 500 feet, we've had some testimony in our hearings that it doesn't really substantiate such a drastic change. The bill as amended is not supported by over 600 boaters and water sport families that supported the original bill. The bill as amended is not supported by the water sport industry. The bill as amended does no more than the original bill. I would ask you to vote down the bill as amended so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't plan on coming forward for the bill. Thank you all for voting the way you did. You've heard the arguments. They've gone around for several years. And I want to thank you all for taking the positive vote to support the committee amendment. And now, let's finish this off with a unanimous vote to pass the amended bill. Thank you.
Representative Srini has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 431. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes the Representative Renzullo for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill does not have the support of the state's marine and tourism industries, and if I know that this bill will push boaters into more congested areas, causing unsafe conditions, and if I know that by amending this bill, it is likely that nothing will pass this legislature. Once it gets back to the Senate, it will be, the other body. The other body will bury it, and we will see this back again next year. Then would I push the red button and vote against ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lamontagne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we just passed a meaningful compromise amendment, and if I knew that the vast majority of the area of the New Hampshire lakes will still be open to wake surfing with a 300-foot setback, that the wake surfing industry is not going to fall apart over this, and if I knew that it should not matter how we think the other side of the wall is going to vote, that we should do the right thing and do what we have to do to protect New Hampshire lakes. Would I now press the green button to support the ought to pass motion?
Motion before us is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 431. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Represent Pledge.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state the vote. 214 voting yea, 148 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
The Special Committee on Housing, to which was referred Senate Bill 527, an act relative to student housing. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ellen Reed for the committee. The question is on Amendment 1752H, printed on House Record 20 on pages 85 to 86. The chair recognizes Representative Hackman Phillips to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I support the best intentions of the House Special Committee on Housing, but I rise today to respectfully object to the committee amendment to SB 527. Amendment 1752H attaches similar language to that of HB 1281, which was tabled by the House in March, and essentially prohibits the adoption or enforcement of any code, ordinance, or regulation related to the occupancy of residential rental property that restricts the number of occupants to less than 2 people per bedroom.
Member will suspend for a minute. Let's hear her. The end is in sight. The fewer interruptions we have, the quicker we can get there. Continue.
Which restricts the number of occupants to less than 2 people per bedroom based upon the existence of unrelated or non-familial relationships between those occupants. As a real estate attorney, it seems to me that the beneficiaries of this amendment will be landlords who own residential rental properties in college towns that want to raise profits by packing students into a room rental agreement without concern for abutting neighbors, town culture, or health and safety. Notice who does not benefit from this amendment. Students won't benefit when they're packed like sardines into room rentals, where there's an increasing number of housemates and a decreasing amount of privacy. College towns won't benefit by this change when they lose their local control. And sadly, working families won't benefit as they struggle to find affordable homes in the same college towns when more homes are removed from the market and converted into student housing, which exacerbates the exact housing crisis we're worried about. Now, I'm proud to represent Hanover, and I want to make it clear that Hanover's objection to this amendment is not a case of NIMBYism or discrimination against college students. In fact, Hanover provides an excellent example of how a college town can take a leadership role towards creating more student housing stock and protecting college students in the rental market. So over the last 2 years, Hanover has addressed concerns over safety and housing code enforcement of private off-campus student housing. Hanover worked closely with the college, the private sector, students, and residential neighborhoods to safely increase student housing while preserving landlord investments and the nature of the surrounding neighborhoods. After extensive and expensive legal review, the Select Board balanced competing interests before approving a compromise ballot proposal. Last year at town meeting, the voters agreed to changes to our local ordinances that define family to include a more modern family structure and off-campus student living arrangements. The voters also approved a new residential housing high-density zone to increase privately owned student housing units near campus. But Hanover's proactive housing ordinance and zoning changes will completely disappear if this amendment passes into law, and Hanover will be forced to undertake the process for a second time and as many years to resolve this crisis. Mr. Speaker, there are three glaring problems with this amendment. First, the amendment has significant drafting errors. Its language is vague and only states what is prohibited rather than what is affirmatively permitted. This leads to differing interpretations and increases the risk of legal liability. Ultimately, local taxpayers will bear the burden of increased costs when college towns are forced to use and then defend a poorly drafted law that was never fully vetted. Second, the amendment creates unnecessary zoning chaos. The amendment invalidates Hanover's recently adopted and prior zoning ordinances without offering any solutions for replacement or how to move forward. The bill as amended will take effect 60 days after passage, which is not enough time to properly notice and redo our ordinances. Third, this amendment will suppress interest among regular citizens to participate in local government. If all the work that people put into changing ordinances and zoning to combat the housing crisis can be easily overridden by a state law that did not involve the same level of collaboration, then the average citizen may grow apathetic to municipal engagement. After all, what's the point of spending 2 years volunteering your time on a weekly master plan committee if it can all be undone by the state legislature? Mr. Speaker, this amendment will punish the very communities dedicated to confronting student housing crisis with creative solutions. Make no mistake, what works for small town Hanover and Dartmouth College may not work for nearby City of Lebanon and their recently large student housing project off campus. What works for Keene and Keene State may not work for rural Plymouth and Plymouth State. And what works for New London and Colby Sawyer may not work for Durham and UNH. This is not a one-size-all, low-hanging fruit problem, and there is no one-size-all solution. To imagine that this amendment will cure New Hampshire of its college town housing crisis is an oversimplification of a complex problem without any tangible evidence that this language is the appropriate solution. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to vote no on the amendment so that another more prudent motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Representative Len Turcotte recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in opposition to Amendment 1752. HB 1281 was originally heard in the Municipal and County Government Committee, which recommended ITL by a vote of 12-6, bipartisan vote. In March, this body here voted 307-17 to table this bill, or a version of the amendment that's before you. This bill and the amendment was bad then and it's bad now. The original bill was brought forward on behalf of two, and I say again, two landlords who have several rental properties in Durham, New Hampshire. The town administrator of Durham, Todd Selig, who happens to have been in that position for a couple decades now, presented both a historical and detailed review of this issue, along with the reasons why this is a horrible idea. As much as I would love to read the entire 5 pages he wrote, I'm going to just pick a few statements. Let's start with my favorite sentence from his testimony. The suggested amendment, quote, the suggested amendment to SB 527 and HB 1281 is poorly conceived, is intended to support two aggrieved Durham landlords, and tries to address a problem that does not exist. I want you to focus on that term, two aggrieved landlords, out of the hundreds of landlords that are in Durham. What about the other thousands of landlords and municipalities that this bill or amendment will affect? They testified in favor of this, right? No. In municipal and county government, Durham's 2 aggrieved landlords, they testified. The 2 who just can't play by the rules like every other Durham landlord, and they want you to override decades-old ordinances. Throughout this extended process, we received in municipal and county government testimony from many municipalities, and you'll note the common thread. The Durham Town Planner, Mr. Selig, the Durham Town Administrator, the Lebanon City Manager, the Plymouth City Manager, Durham Town Council, Keene Fire Chief, Keene Community Development Director, and a personal call from Manchester's Mayor. Other towns that will be negatively affected by this will be Hanover, Concord, Portsmouth, and Nashua. Now, if you've lived in the Seacoast for your entire life, as I have, that's almost 63 years, you will recall hearing about the many problems that existed in college towns, particularly Durham. And these problems resulted in the ordinances that have now worked perfectly since the mid-'80s. Well, unless you're one of the 2 aggrieved Durham landlords. There are a couple faulty claims I'd like to talk about very quickly here by those who are pushing this extremely bad bill. One is that college housing is in short supply. That's wrong. Enrollment at UNH is down 13% in just the last few years, and further decline is forecast to continue at most brick-and-mortar universities. During that time, in the last few years, Durham has added 2,400 commercial housing units, apartments, off campus, but within Durham, 2,400. So many units have been added into Durham that a bus route to Newmarket, a town that previously accommodated large numbers of UNH students, ceased operation as there was too few students to use the bus routes because they had been accommodated into Durham. The other thing you'll hear or have heard is that Durham's ordinances violate the Fair Housing Act. Again, wrong. Quote from Mr. Selig's letter again, Durham's 3 unrelated zoning provision is constitutional, is consistent with the Federal Fair Housing Act, and does not discriminate against students. In fact, Durham was successful against a petitioner who challenged exactly this point in 2010. In that case, the presiding judge referred to a previous New Hampshire Supreme Court saying as follows, the petitioner claims that 3 unrelated rule is unconstitutional on its face and as applied, which prohibits housing discrimination in New Hampshire. The New Hampshire Supreme Court has addressed the issue of whether 3 unrelated rule was unconstitutional in Durham versus White. And the court noted that while the state has an interest in keeping families together, the same policy concerns do not apply when unrelated people wish to cohabitate. The state has no particular interest in keeping together a certain group of unrelated persons. Hence, this classification is not invidious or arbitrary and is constitutional. One more quote from Mr. Selig. The suggested amendment to SB 527 and HB 1281 is poorly conceived, is intended to support the 2 aggrieved landlords, and tries to address a problem that does not exist. It would transition current workforce housing and family residences in our community and potentially in others to 1,000 per bed student housing and would do tremendous harm to the fabric of our traditional neighborhoods and the town as a whole. I think we should actually change the name of this amendment and call it the, quote, let's fix a non-existent problem so 2 landlords can pack double the amount of students into their properties for double the income. With the large potential density increases, there will be increased costs to taxpayers. Property taxes paid by landlords are not going to go up, yet municipal expenses will. Police, fire and rescue, water and sewer, trash collecting. As our 2 Durham landlords double their income, pay no increase in property taxes, guess who else will pick up all the increases in those taxes? Okay, I was wrong. One more Mr. Selig quote. Durham, Keene, Hanover, Lebanon, Manchester, Concord, Nashua, Portsmouth, Plymouth, New London, and other communities know their local markets best and they continually wrestle with how to manage zoning uses for optimal results for all stakeholders. Shouldn't we defer to their knowledge and experience? Two words that you've heard out of my mouth many, many times: local control. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. Or in this case, don't mess it up. This is nothing but another state-imposed central planning mandate. We do not write bills for the financial benefit of two individuals who can't get along with their host community. Bills that will have huge negative impacts on thousands of the town residents throughout the state. I'd ask that you join in voting red against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Powers recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 1752H to Senate Bill 527. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is an important bipartisan measure based on House Bill 1281, which was strategically tabled to allow this improved legislation to be brought forward. This amendment puts in place clear guardrails needed to protect Granite Staters from overreaching local zoning ordinances. Specifically, it prohibits out-of-control municipalities from enacting zoning ordinances that are based on familial relationships or marital status. This amendment also prohibits ordinances that restrict the number of occupants to less than 2 per bedroom. Unfortunately, this legislation is needed because a number of municipalities across our state have zoning ordinances that unnecessarily limit the number of unrelated people allowed to live together. In fact, some municipalities, in particular those home to our colleges and universities, have what is referred to as the 3 unrelated rule. This particular local ordinance makes it illegal for more than 3 unrelated people to live together, regardless of the size and number of bedrooms in the housing unit. For example, in some places in New Hampshire, it is illegal for 4 unrelated people to live together in a 4 or even a 5-bedroom housing unit, while a family of 8 or more can legally live in the same unit. Make no mistake, the 3 unrelated rule unjustly targets students, essentially denying them equal housing considerations, creating a scarcity of available student housing. Mr. Speaker, this is problematic for a number of reasons. First, property owners have a legal right to freely utilize their private property in a reasonable and responsible manner that does not pose any genuine health or safety concerns. The 3 unrelated rule clearly infringes upon individuals' property rights. Second, to be clear, if the basis for the 3 unrelated rule is about health and safety issues, then towns like Durham should not grandfather some residential properties in certain neighborhoods from their 3 unrelated rule. Instead, their 3 unrelated rule should apply equally to all residential properties within the town. Such zoning ordinances are unfair to both property owners and people seeking housing. And finally, unrelated individuals share housing for a variety of reasons. Students might share housing in order to be able to afford the cost of room and board and tuition. Working people might share housing to reduce expenses so they can pay off student and personal debts. Still, others might find themselves in difficult circumstances, such as individuals widowed, divorced, or retired, people living on fixed or low incomes, or even those experiencing the loss of employment, as well as elderly and disabled persons. Also, realize that some unrelated people may even need to share housing in order to avoid homelessness. Zoning ordinances like the 3 unrelated rule artificially limit the housing supply and drive up costs for people seeking housing. To conclude, this amendment not only complements Senate Bill 527's study committee for potential solutions to affordable student housing, but importantly, it provides a sure and immediate measure towards alleviating what is a serious issue for students and others seeking housing in our state. And additionally, the UNH Student Senate supports this amendment, and they did so via a resolution. For these reasons, I urge my fellow colleagues to support this important bipartisan measure by voting yes on the amendment and then the bill as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A division vote was requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Let's go, people. The longer this takes you, the longer later you get home. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1752H. This is a division vote. Representative Howland's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this amendment provides a powerful incentive for investors to buy single-family homes in college communities, driving up prices and making it a challenge for families to buy those units, and if I know this bill does nothing to help build 1- and 2-bedroom units at below-market rental rates that graduate students desperately need, and if I know that density bonuses that help developers build those units are far more effective than occupancy minimum limits, then would I press the red button to defeat this harmful amendment?
Representative Damon's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, colleagues. I think it's evening. If I know Amendment 1752 does just 2 reasonable things. It prohibits municipalities from restricting occupancy of new single-family duplex or multifamily dwelling units based on familial relationships or marital status. And it prohibits restricting the occupants of a single bedroom to only 1 person. If I also know that municipalities would still be fully able to enforce state building and fire codes and respect public health and safety, would I now press the green button to support this pragmatic effort to increase housing that is desperately needed? Thank you.
Before we call that, members are reminded that when someone is speaking at the well, do not walk in front of them. Really? The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1752H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 173 in the affirmative, 179 in negative. The amendment fails. All right. So now we are on to ought to pass on Senate Bill 527. All right, the question is ought to pass on Senate Bill 527. Are you ready for the question? Okay, division. Since you're all here, we can yell division in the halls, but there shouldn't be anybody out there. All right, let them in. The question is the motion about to pass on Senate Bill 527. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 199 to 154. The motion is adopted.
Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 358 FN, an act relative to invalidating out-of-state driver's licenses issued to undocumented immigrants. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Daniel Vayu for the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Matthew Coker for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise to oppose the ITL motion on Senate Bill 358. The main reason for this is our country is built on the fundamental principle of the rule of law. No individual stands above it. This principle should be at the foundation of the debate about this bill. So basically what this bill does is it invalidates driver's licenses issued to undocumented immigrants by other states. So basically, if they cannot prove their lawful presence, that's what it does. And a few states actually mark it on the driver's license. That makes it a little bit easier to see. But anyways, sorry, I lost my place here. All right, so if you cannot prove your lawful presence within our country, the question has to be asked, is it right for us to extend a government privilege to a person who decides that they do not want to follow the proper immigration process? Is that the right thing to do? It's a tough subject, and there's passion on both sides, and I think that's why we really need to take a look at this from a rational perspective. I value immigration, and it's one of the reasons why our country prospers. However, there's no doubt that our current state of immigration is in chaos. If you go 70 miles south of here and go to Boston Logan Airport, you have legal immigrants, and I mean legal immigrants, in the terminal in Boston Logan. So what does this have to do with invalidating driver's license? It has everything to do with it. Because having illegal immigration kind of encouraged by giving people government IDs throws fuel onto this fire. It causes more problems. And if we value our legal immigration system and we value people following the law, we shouldn't be encouraging illegal immigration in any way. So there's a couple of misconceptions about this bill. First is that there's going to be profiling. There's no way to profile. This bill has nothing to do with profiling. Basically, if the license has that mark on it, then that's how a police officer would know. And basically, they wouldn't be allowed to drive in the state. As far as the reciprocity with other states, so if you're issued a driver's license from the state of Florida and you're a 15-year-old on a learner's permit, we don't accept that in New Hampshire. So, we do accept other licenses from other states, but that doesn't, it's not absolute. We can still have a little bit of control of that. And really what this boils down to is, again, we have a crisis. I travel all over the country. I've watched it move north, and it's a legal immigration crisis. Doing anything to encourage or send mixed signals that illegal immigration is okay is completely unacceptable. And our neighbors might be able to do it, but here in New Hampshire, I think we should send a strong message that we want people to go through the legal immigration process and not take a shortcut. And to think about how unfair that is to the people who are actually doing the right thing. So I ask you to vote down this ITL motion so that we can make another motion. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
The member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Bayou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, SB 358 would invalidate the driver's licenses of undocumented immigrants lawfully issued by other states. I believe this bill is fundamentally flawed and poses significant problems for our state, our economy, and our values. First, this bill very likely violates the full faith and credit clause of the United States Constitution, which requires that states recognize the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. By invalidating driver's licenses issued by states like California and Colorado to undocumented immigrants, we are setting a dangerous precedent that could invite legal challenges and unnecessary litigation. Our state resources could be better spent elsewhere than defending a law that undermines the spirit of interstate cooperation. Second, this bill creates confusion and uncertainty, not only for visitors, but also for law enforcement. It encourages racial profiling and creates a potential roadside nightmare. Imagine a scenario where an out-of-state visitor legally driving with a license from their home state is suddenly considered a criminal, not because they've committed a criminal act, but simply because their duly issued driver's license is not recognized here. This will place an undue burden on our police officers, who will need to enforce these arbitrary and discriminatory rules, diverting their attention from more pressing public safety concerns. The process will undoubtedly lead to errors, further complicating the enforcement and potentially leading to unjust penalties for lawful drivers. Third, we must consider that New Hampshire is a member of the Driver's License Compact, the DLC, an agreement among states to promote driver compliance and ensure traffic safety across state lines. The DLC facilitates the exchange of information concerning license suspensions and traffic violations, ensuring that drivers are held accountable no matter where they drive. By invalidating certain out-of-state driver's licenses, we undermine the principles of the compact, which relies on reciprocity among the states. Furthermore, the economic implications of this bill cannot be ignored. Our tourism industry, which is a vital part of New Hampshire's economy, relies on visitors from across the country. By passing this bill, we risk turning off and pushing away a significant portion of those tourists who may decide to take their business elsewhere rather than navigate a confusing and hostile legal landscape. In conclusion, while I understand the concerns of some of my colleagues regarding immigration and state sovereignty, this bill is not the solution. It is constitutionally questionable, economically harmful, and morally wrong. It places an undue burden on our law enforcement, our economy, and our values. I urge you to vote green to support the committee recommendation of ITL. Let us uphold the values that make New Hampshire a great place to live and visit. Thank you.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of ITL on Senate Bill 358. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the position of the House is that non-resident aliens will not get a driver's license granted until their claims are complete and their permanent residency is granted. If I believe that non-resident aliens from other states with the same status should be held to the same standard if they're in New Hampshire. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that even under the License Compact we are allowed to make changes to our specific laws, then wouldn't I press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Rombo for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that SB 358 would invalidate driver's licenses lawfully issued by other states when driving in New Hampshire, and if I know we want people driving on our roads to have proven their ability to do so safely, and if I further know asking local law enforcement to ascertain on the side of the road during a routine traffic stop whether a driver is lawfully present in the United States based on the policy of the state that issued the driver's license, is far beyond reasonable or feasible to ask of our officers. And if I know that the New Hampshire Department of Safety has estimated at least $200,000 in costs in the next 3 years to research and maintain an ongoing and updated database of invalid license classes, and finally, if I know I do not want other states to decide in turn that they can void our New Hampshire driver's licenses when we cross the state line and subject us to criminal charges, would I now push the green button so this bill may be put to rest? Thank you.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of any committee to legislate on Senate Bill 358. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 174 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does a member rise?
Having voted on the prevailing side, I would like to move reconsideration and urge the body to vote no.
The motion before us is reconsideration on Senate Bill 358. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on reconsideration. The motion before us is reconsideration of Senate Bill 358. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 170. House will be in order. 176 to 175, and the Speaker did vote. So we're back on the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The House will be in order. The motion before us is committee report of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 358. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 174 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The House will be in order. Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 469, an act relative to allowing surveillance of a park and ride facility in certain circumstances. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Mark Palmerton for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 501, an act relative to driver's licenses for non-citizens residing in New Hampshire. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator George Sykes for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ted Gorski for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in opposition of the committee report of OTP of SB 501. And Mr. Speaker, I'm a baseball fan, like many in this room may be. And every once in a while when you watch baseball, there is an oddity in which a batter will get up and see 3 strikes go past them without swinging. And when that happens, you hear the announcer say, "There it goes. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night." Well, I'm going to show you how this bill strikes out in 3 pitches. First pitch, in testimony, we were told that this bill would only deal with lawfully present non-citizens. Now, we never got a definition of what lawfully present means. According to the feds right now, a lawfully present means stepping on U.S. territory and you're given lawful presence with little or no vetting. Strike 1, good morning. Second pitch, the bill states that the director, the DMV, may issue a license to a spouse or a child of an alien licensed with little or no vetting. So now I ask you, what could go wrong here? Good afternoon, strike 2. Third pitch, the bill states, quote, "Once licensed, the individual shall be subject to the same provisions of the law as other licensees." During testimony, a question was asked of the DMV supervisor what that sentence meant. Her response, quote, "I don't know." Well, we all know what that sentence means. This opens the door for voting and impacts election integrity. Good night, strike 3. With that, I ask you to support the motion of ITL by pressing the red button and putting this bill back on the bench. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Contrary to what you might just have heard, the sky is not falling if we pass this bill. Okay? There are over, currently, 55,000 non-residents licensed to drive in New Hampshire. This bill began its life in the other body as a housekeeping measure to bring into, to codify some of the practices that they've been doing for years and years and years. And it's interesting to me that in spite of all of this, the sky is falling stuff, there's been no documented cases that were brought to our attention where people who are licensed under these types of provisions have become a problem. On top of that, one of the major concerns that we face as a state, we all recognize that housing is a serious problem. We also all recognize that childcare is a problem. The other thing we recognize is because of those two problems, we also have a problem with employees, having enough people to come and do the jobs that need to be done. Why would we turn our backs on having people who can come here and drive legally? They're here legally in the United States. Lawful presence is defined in the law. And they will achieve their driving privileges by passing a driver's written exam and a practical exam. So if these people are here legally, and if they meet all the requirements for driving in New Hampshire, why wouldn't we then continue that practice? I would urge colleagues to recognize that this is just a housekeeping bill, really, at its most basic. It's just a housekeeping bill that mirrors and brings into codification current language and practices that have successfully brought driver's licenses to many of the people who live in this state. Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Ought to Pass on Senate Bill 501. I heard a request for a roll call. I don't know who made the request. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Ought to Pass on Senate Bill 501. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we do have 55,000 non-resident aliens driving now, and that's part of the problem. If I know that the position that we passed, House Bill 1118 a few weeks ago, I guess, solves that problem too. If I know, Mr. Speaker, if this bill passes, it is going to guarantee that anybody that comes into the state of New Hampshire illegally or a non-resident alien will be getting a driver's license, then press the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Ayu for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire issues driver's licenses only to documented immigrants after they have received their documents from the federal government, and if I know that SB 501 was requested by the New Hampshire DMV to codify their current language and practices, and if I know that driver's licenses issued in this manner expire the same day as their U.S. government-issued documents expire, would I now press the green button to support the committee recommendation of OTP? Thank you.
Motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Ought to Pass on Senate Bill 501. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 169 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 510, an act relative to the sale of a vehicle to a Massachusetts resident. When considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Matthew Coker for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator George Sykes from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1925H, printed in House Record 20, pages 83 through 85. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Now we're on bills removed from consent calendar. Committee on Executive Department's Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 485 FN, an act enumerating the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification processes and procedures for temporary occupational licensure for military service members and their spouses. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation. Bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative J.C. Grody for the committee. The amendment is 1610H, printed in House Record 20, page 72. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The bill's on second reading. Open to further amendment. Representative Spillane offers floor amendment 1979H. And Representative Hall is
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're down to two bills, so I will make this really short. The amendment is on page 72 in your calendar. This is a bill that we have passed before. If someone makes an accusation in a criminal case, they sign an affidavit. If it's a false accusation, they're held accountable. That is not the current standard nor the current process within civil things relative to families. It happens in divorces. It happens in other cases. If someone's making a false accusation, they should be held accountable. But that is not what our law says today. This bill will fix that. I would ask that you would adopt this, and I would ask for a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Spillane Floor Amendment 1979H. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Spillane Floor Amendment 1979H. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Potenza for a parliamentary inquiry.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that telling the truth matters, especially in situations which could impact the life, well-being, and future of a child or their caregiver, if I also know that I have a constituent whose ex-spouse has levied 4 false claims of abuse against him, it's her ex-husband, and each time they were found unfounded and false, and it has been debilitating, not only for the father, but with the joint custody he has with his 4 children. And if I further know that these cases are all too common, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this amendment has passed the House not once, but twice, and is deliberately needed to hopefully deter false allegations, not truthful allegations. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know the passage of this amendment can help take the burden off of law enforcement and DCYF so they can focus their efforts on valid reports to protect our most precious assets, the children of New Hampshire, would I then press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Plain Floor Amendment 1979H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Keller.
No, he's gone. All set. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state the vote. 173 voting nay, 169 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. It's in a poll. Request a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 485. This is going to be a roll call. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present and an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 175 voting nay, 169 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred Senate Bill 543, an act establishing the State Environmental Adaptation, Resilience, and Innovation Council. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Michael Edgar for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table Senate Bill 543, and I request a division vote.
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 543. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 543. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill expands the size of government by creating a new entity called the State Environmental Adaptation, Resilience, and Innovation Council, and if I know that this council's purpose is to make plans for, quote, future projections of environmental changes, unquote, even though humans have proved to be poor predictors of the future of environmental changes. And finally, if I know that this council's real purpose is to siphon up federal and foundation grants, and that the prime sponsor of the bill said, quote, I just want them to be able to get grant money, unquote, would I now press the green button to lay this bill on the table to make sure that government doesn't get in the way of real environmental innovation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Cloutier for a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the House. I rise in opposition to the tabling motion. I know the hour is late and we probably all want to go home. I'm sorry. And I would, PI, and I would like to have a brief debate on this bill, which passed the other body by a unanimous vote and passed our committee by an overwhelming bipartisan vote. And I think it's such an important bill. Thank you.
The motion before us is to lay on the table Senate Bill 543. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. No. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 170 voting yea, 175 voting nay. Motion fails. Now we're back to the original motion of ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Vos. Chair recognizes Representative Vos, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill has a very vague purpose statement. As I mentioned in the PI I did a few minutes ago, it states that the purpose of the bill focuses on future projections of environmental changes in New Hampshire. But human beings have proved to be very poor at predicting the future, especially when it comes to environmental changes. Over the last 50 years, about 49 significant environmental predictions have been made, and all 49 have failed to come true. If you flipped a coin 49 times, the chances of it coming up the same 49 times in a row is 273 million to 1. What that tells us is that those predictions of the future are based on untruths. What this bill seeks to do is make the most resilient and adaptive species on the planet, humans, more resilient and adaptive. I don't know how the bill is going to accomplish that. This bill creates a council that has 17 members. 17. Now, prior experience has shown us that organizations that have this many members are completely dysfunctional. It's hard to get a group of people together when there are 17 of them. I'm not saying that to be funny.
The House will be in order.
I'm not saying that to be funny. Take the example of the Site Evaluation Committee. We just significantly reformed the Site Evaluation Committee by reducing its membership from 9 people down to 5 people, for the very reason that it was extremely difficult to get that group together to get any significant work done. So what are the 17 people on this committee going to accomplish? There's also a significant disconnect between the purpose of this bill and the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The UN IPCC has been saying for well over 10 years now that climate change does not have a significant impact on a variety of situations that happen with weather and the climate. But increasingly, the environmental left has strayed away from that position of the UN IPCC and has taken the position that climate change is causing more storms, more tornadoes, more hurricanes, more drought, more whatever. And yet the IPCC says no, there is no direct connection between those two. It's very likely that the work that this council would do, if it ever was able to get together and do any work, could be done by someone else, a single person. Maybe the state climatologist could do this work. The real tip-off about what this bill is about is where it says that the council and its working groups may solicit financial support, including funding from state government agencies, nonprofit organizations, federal grants, and foundations. What this organization is really in existence to do is to apply for these federal grants and these foundation grants to try to build up a fund of money that government can then turn around and use to carry out the vague purpose of this chapter. Now, the bill supposedly has a safeguard in it. It says that the Joint Fiscal Committee must approve and accept any foundation or federal grants that the entity receives, the council receives. And the Joint Fiscal Committee must also approve any expenditures. But there's no way that the Joint Fiscal Committee is going to be able to find a rationale to say no if some foundation offers this council $5 million or $10 million or $50 million in grant money. So it is not a safeguard, in fact, at all. So this bill, in short, is a premature bill. There is no mitigation that needs to be done about the environment. And there's no reason to collect a bunch of money into a fund just because that money is out there and available. So I urge you to vote no on the motion of ought to pass. Press the red button so a ITL motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Cloutier.
Okay, thank you, members of Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the bipartisan recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 543. This bill would simply create a 17-member state environmental adaptation, resilience, and innovation council, a council which would meet at least twice per year and consist of various states' agencies, such as environmental services, transportation, homeland security, as well as fish and game, among others. Additional members would include the New Hampshire Municipal Association, New Hampshire Association of Regional Planning Commissions, as well as the Business and Industry Association, really not a left-wing organization. As indicated in the bill, the proposed council's role would include fostering proactive planning across state agencies so as to navigate coming environmental changes effectively. in cooperation with our municipalities and the private sector. And to those who say, with all due respect, that our environment isn't changing, the data is there, the facts are there. I believe such proactive planning could promote more collaboration and cost saving to protect our taxpayer investment in our infrastructure. And as a member of the Public Works and Highways Committee, I think that's a very important problem. Address public health problems, public health threats actually, as well as preserve a thriving recreational and tourism industry, which is a very important industry for our state. And I want to be clear, the bill also recognizes the exclusive role of the legislature in enacting policy through legislation, not the proposed council. It also recognized that only the legislature and the governor would approve the necessary expenditures of state, federal, and private funds to carry out the council's proposed task. And so I think that it would be clear, with all due respect to the speaker, I think the data is there, the oceans are rising, so many storms. I'm 66 years old. I know our climate is changing because I've lived long enough to see it. And it's going to affect us, and it will affect other parts of our nation in other ways, but we're going to get our share of environmental damage, whether it's the flooding in towns like Ackworth and Croydon, and I represent Croydon, and that's a disaster that is hurting our municipalities. But I just spoke on the subject. Finally, in closing, we may disagree on the causes of our environment changing, but I believe we can also agree that we need to do something. We need to coordinate better. Our government needs to coordinate better. And I believe state government should do more to ensure, in collaboration with our municipalities and the private sector, to help ensure that New Hampshire remains a special place in which to live, work, and play. Therefore, please vote ought to pass on Senate Bill 543. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 543.
And Mr. Speaker, I will call for a division vote.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on Senate Bill 543. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Votes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is a money grab that wants to accumulate money without really knowing what it wants to do with that money, would I press the red button to oppose the ought to pass motion so that a better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Vega for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the bill would foster protective planning and risk management strategies across state agencies to navigate environmental changes effectively. I believe the bill promotes collaboration and cost savings to protect New Hampshire taxpayers' investment in infrastructure. I further believe a mechanism for collaboration with a nonprofit on funding and staffing and establish a fund for the receipt of federal grants. I also believe that for environmentally, the lobsters know what's happening. Please vote ought to pass.
Motion before us ought to pass on Senate Bill 543. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 172 voting aye, 168 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Without objection, the clerk is authorized to adjust passed amendments to bills today. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, May 30th at 10 a.m.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House. Members, pay attention for 2 seconds. The House has clerk has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of quick announcements. One, obviously the other body is in today. Chairs, please come and see me or make a time to see me before next week if you can. I do have a couple of Senate messages up here as well. The Chair of Health, Criminal Justice, and Finance, if you could stop and see me, please. Also, if you could, please clean out your seat pockets and clean out your mailboxes in the back, and make sure that if you have snack wrappers that shouldn't be in the chamber anyway, but if you do have them, please make sure they exit the chamber with you.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills and roll bills amendment, roll bills report, receiving the messages, informing committees at conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. House is in recess until Thursday, May 30th, 2024 at 10 a.m.